Yes. Mhm.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
There.
All righty. All righty. Are you ready, Mr. Conlon?
I am when you are, ma'am.
All
Good
righty.
evening, Kathy. It's Pearline.
Hi, Pearline. Happy holidays. I can't talk to you
Happy
now.
holidays to you as well.
I have to open the meeting now. This meeting is being called to order. Adequate notice of this meeting has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, pursuant to Public Laws 1975, Chapter 231. This agenda is complete to the extent known and was sent to the Trenton Times and Trentonian newspapers, posted on the first floor bulletin board in the City Hall, and filed in the City Clerk's office, and posted on the City of Trenton's website. Formal action will be taken. Roll call, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. I will now call the roll for the council. Mr. Blakely. Mr. Blakely is not responding. Mr. Blakely will be marked absent. Council Vice President Caldwell Wilson.
Present.
Mr. Harrison. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Harrison.
It's Mr. Blakely. I'm present.
Yes, sir. I have you mark you as present, sir. Mr. Harrison. Mr. Harrison is absent. Mr. Michelle.
Present.
Mr. Michelle is present. Mr. Rodriguez.
Present.
Mr. Rodriguez is present. Ms. Vaughn. Is absent. Council President McCray.
Present.
We have a quorum, Council President, and I will now call the directors. Mr. Cruz.
Good evening, everyone present.
Mr. Cherry.
Present.
Mr. Manali. Representatives of the Law Department.
Pam, you on behalf of the Law Department?
Yes, ma'am, I have you. Thank you. Director Coley.
Present.
Acting Director Mazer.
Present.
Director Delisle.
Present.
Mr. Cruz will be acting as the Department of Health and Human Services Director. Director Anatieri.
Present.
Director Richardson.
Present.
Director Lavenberg.
Present.
And Ms. Shona.
Present.
Keep your devices. We will now do the invocation. Almighty God, who holds the fate of man and nation, we most humbly beseech thee, bless this our city, these thy liberations, and these thy servants, that they may act with wisdom and understanding for the good of our community and the great glory. We would also like to remember Trenton native David Dinkins, and also pray that he bait the stem of the COVID-19 tide that is rising. That we pray through you, our Lord. Amen. If you could all for a flag salute and for the Pledge of Allegiance. Council Vice President, would you like to lead us?
Yes, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council President has asked that we move the executive session to after civic comment. So So we will do that. We have no minutes for approval. We have 14 communications and petitions that were received by the clerk's office and no reports. Do I have a motion to approve the communications and petitions entered into the clerk's office?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Council President McBride. All in favor?
Aye.
Need a couple more.
Aye.
Need at least one more. Any opposed? So ordered. Mr. Harrison, have you arrived, sir?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. And Ms. Vaughn, have you arrived, ma'am? No? Council President, would you like me to move to the docket next?
Yes, please.
First, we have a second reading public hearing, and I declare open a public hearing on ordinance 20-54, an ordinance amending Chapter 10 alcoholic beverages of the Code of the City of Trenton to require the installation of security cameras by establishments which hold alcoholic beverage control licenses. Public portion is open, Council President. Do any members of the public wish, do you wish to open the, my apologies. Do you wish to hear from the public with regard to public portion for the ordinance, ma'am?
Yes, definitely.
Members of the public, please raise your hands or seek recognition from the council to speak on this ordinance. Do any members of the public wish to speak with regard to ordinance 20-54?
Yeah, this is Maurice Hallett. Can you hear me?
Maurice Sala, Council President, would you like to recognize Mr. Sala?
Mr. Hallett. Yes, Mr. Hallett.
Sorry. Mr. Hallett, can you state your name and address for the record, sir?
Maurice Hallett, 11 West Front Street, Trenton, New Jersey.
Thank you, sir. You are recognized. Please speak.
Yeah, I just read the ordinance for the installation of cameras and have several concerns with this issue. One, at this time, I'm not sure that there's any evidence that those that serve alcohol have more crime than places that don't. And I would look at your homicides for the year. I don't think any of them were at bar alcohol-related establishments. Second, is this the time to really be adding additional costs to bars and restaurants, which are going through a really bad time during this pandemic with a lot of bars not even open at this point in time? And there are several Trenton bars that have closed and might not reopen. My third item was in there, it said something about keeping surveillance for 60 days. Me personally, I do have cameras which are for my protection, but my cameras, because they're HD in color, they only hold 2 to 3 weeks worth of surveillance. I'd have to downgrade them to black and white to hold 60 days worth of service. So those are the three items that I just wanted to bring to your attention because to me, I was really shocked to see such an ordinance come about.
Mr. Hallett, are your comments finished?
Yep, my comments are finished.
Does anybody else from the public wish to be recognized? Was that somebody wishing to be recognized to speak with regard to the public portion and public hearing on ordinance 02054? Again, anybody from the public wish to be heard on 02054? Council President, I do have Janet Schoener actually raising her hand, Council President.
Yes, Mrs. Schoener.
Ms. Schoener, you are recognized.
Hi, I'm right now representing the Trenton Polish American Democratic Club, and we are closed for now, and we do have cameras, but there's a lot of bars that are closed, and maybe they aren't receiving their mail, so maybe they do not know about this ordinance. That's all I had to say.
And so for most part, I do understand the concerns, because those were my concerns initially about whether or not the actual businesses were informed before this ordinance came to us. And my second concern was based on the COVID, the funding, and I had asked the director about that, and she stated that right now there was no funding to assist. But if the director would like to speak to this ordinance, just to give the stakeholders a little bit more insight, if Director Cooley would like to speak to this ordinance.
Good evening, Council President. Yes, as I stated before when this first came up, this is a resolution for the municipality, but is predicated on a directive from the state ABC. So we really didn't have anything to do with saying that this is what we wanted, this is what should happen. We're coming in line with the state ABC guidelines. And as I also stated before, I know that we're all in the pandemic. We're in this together, so that if people can't come into compliance right now, that's not going to be a major issue. The resolution is being passed now, so we can start to work on what we need to start to work on, but it's not really applicable until June of next year. So there's more than enough time for all of us to get this together. I did ask Detective Finisevich to send something out to all of the licensed owners in the city, and I know that Mr. Connolly said that he would do the same. Unfortunately, Detective Finisevich is out right now, but so I don't know how far he got along in that process before he went out on sick leave. So that's where we are with that. This is not something that the city decided that we wanted to do. This is something that we're doing to come into compliance.
Thank you, Director. And if there's no more hands for this particular public portion, is there no more hands, Mr. Conlon?
I do not see any more hands. Does anybody else wish to be recognized with regard to the public portion for the public hearing for O-2054, an ordinance amending Chapter 10 alcohol beverages of the Code of the City of Trenton to require installation of security cameras by establishments which hold alcohol beverage control licenses? Is there anybody else who wishes to be recognized?
Yes, this Amin Arias.
I have Amin Arias, Council President, who wishes to be recognized.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Arias.
Mr. Arias, you have been recognized. Please state your name and address.
Good evening, City Council members. I want to let you know, I believe the director say Chris is out because he's sick. That's correct or no?
No, she did. She said that he was not here, but I don't remember her giving a reason.
Okay. I'm probably misunderstanding. Because I saw this morning it was working the street. Saying what I told you before the last meeting, a lot of concern because a lot of people can afford to upgrade right now the system, and probably they can do for 30 days. I don't see what's the issue, because if something happened, the police should be right over. And before and now, we always want to work with the police and work with the crime and try and deal with the problem we have right now. So I don't see what the problem. We have to find the business to do that, what we offered before for everybody. Anytime something happens, we comply to give it the information and give it the video to whatever who need it. So we have a big concern with that, because same what I told you, why you not want to work with the business Because the way I see it is, if you give a fine, a lot of business going to say, you know what, I'm not going to call the police. I'm not going to report this. And there going to be more people get killed. There's going to be more people get robbed. And because you don't want to get involved, you know what I mean? You might get a fine for it, or, you know, something like that. Maybe the camera is not working, or one broke down, whatever, and you don't want to get involved calling the police. So I think if we're going to have a big problem, and we're not stepping out and do that, because believe it or not, I mean, you guys got the power and somebody doing wrong, and you come in my place, you know, the ABC office come in my place, and I'm not having somebody recorded, my business is not recorded. You guys got the power to give a fine to the business owner and put it whatever many days you want to be recorded in the license. So I don't see why everybody has to be on the same page. That's my concern. And thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else from the public wish to be recognized with regard to ordinance 20-54 for the public portion? Please speak now. Once again, anyone from the public wish to be heard for the public portion? Council President, I do not see anybody else seeking recognition. Do I have a motion to close public portion?
Yes.
I have a motion by Council President McBride to close public portion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Blakely. All in favor of closing public portion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none opposed, public portion is closed. The floor is open.
President McBride.
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman. Blakely.
Thank you, Councilman. I just like to say that understand the concerns that there's somebody I don't know who is making that noise, but I'll wait until it's okay. It sounds like it's good. So I understand the members of the business community. I understand their concerns. However, I wanted to reiterate that this is a state mandate. This is a law that we have to change because of state guidelines. So this is something that is not optional. However, I will ask a member of the administration, can you let me know what are the implications if we don't pass this particular resolution? Like, is there a timeline that we can put this on hold, put a pin in it, and come back at a better time? Or if we just say, no, we don't want to do it at all, what are the implications of that decision? And that's a question either for the police department director or a member of the administration.
Councilman, it's fine if the council so chooses not to pass the resolution, that's fine. However, when the license holders go to apply for their license renewal next year, the state will not grant them a license without them being in compliance with this mandate.
Okay, so how long do we have? Can we make this decision another time? Is there any particular reason that we have to do it right now, particularly just to kind of give people, the business community some, a bit of a pass as they're dealing with this really desperate economic situation?
They have until June 30th of 2021 to come into compliance.
Okay, so it sounds like this is something that is time sensitive to give people an opportunity to learn about it. And so even though I definitely understand the concerns of the business community or members of the business community, I'm going to have to vote for it because the state gives us no choice. And I'm sorry that that's the case, but that is just the state guidelines. Thank you so much. I appreciate you answering my question. That's all I have.
So the question that I have, I don't know who can answer this. Mr. Cruz, I would direct the question to you. Is there any ways that we could find out if there's any type of grants that are coming down that could assist the business owners with these with the storage piece of it? Because most of them don't have a camera system which will allow them to store information for 60 days. And so I think that because of the COVID and because of a lot of things coming down under the CARES Act, is there any way that we could look into some type of financial assistance for the businesses as far as the camera and the storage space that the state is asking for? And that's for Mr. Cruz.
Yeah, yes, Madam President, thank you for the opportunity. Adam Cruz, Business Administrator. Madam President, normally when the department, when the Attorney General puts out a mandate when there is money available, it comes with that notification that municipalities are going to have that there's a grant coming in order for the business owner to take advantage of it. Unfortunately, for this case, that has not happened as of yet. So the state has not notified any municipality that this is available. I can check with the Director of Housing and Economic Development on a side conversation to see if that could be the case, maybe when it comes to CDBG or even the UEZ. But one of the things that we need to keep in mind with UEZ is only for the urban enterprise zone where businesses are located. And so if they're not located in the UEZ zone, then they may not qualify. But that's something that we can discuss and perhaps maybe bring at a later date. As of right now, those discussions have not been had with the director.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mr. Cruz.
You're welcome.
Would anyone else like to add anything to this conversation?
Yes, Madam President, I was listening to the police director said, but I don't believe that we have to vote on this tonight or next week. If it's going to be enforced in June, that means we still have time so that Mr. Cruz could check and see if there is a way that we can help these businesses with this issue. Because switching from 30 days to 60 days, it's going to require that they have to acquire new equipment, most likely, or a conversion, and it's very costly. I can understand that from the businesses, like the state ABC should not be doing those, forcing us to make decisions on things when they cannot assist our merchants with those. I believe that we should table this ordinance today until next month, until we hear. Especially, I like to have the details on this state mandate. What is it? I haven't seen anything. It wasn't included with the ordinance. What is it exactly that state ABC is mandating? I believe that the merchants should have been given a copy of that mandate. That way, they understood it's not coming from the city, it's coming from the state. As it is now, it's not too clear. It's not too clear on their side. A lot of them have not received those emails because a lot of these businesses are closed most of the day now. A lot of them are closed. So I believe, to be fair, we should stop this decision tonight and leave it for a month or 6 weeks from now. Because if we have until June, I don't believe that we should rush into making this decision today until we have more details on this.
So Councilman, we would need to go back and ask Mr. Conlon what.
I'll make a motion to table it.
Well, we would have to ask Mr. Collins what the procedure is, because I believe because it's in a public hearing now, if you made a decision to table it, where would that leave this ordinance because we're having the public hearing this evening? Mr. Collins, can you
Yes,
weigh in?
An ordinance, once advertised, can be adjourned to any meeting thereafter. This ordinance has been properly advertised. Council member has entered a motion to table this ordinance, which should be heard at this time. And this motion can be tabled to such time as you determine. Council member, when are you asking to table this ordinance to? As part of your motion, sir.
Well, to the 10th of December.
Okay, Councilmember Rodriguez is asking to table the motion until the 10th of December. Do I have a second to Council Rodriguez's motion to table?
I'll second it.
I have a second by Council President McBride. I will call the roll for the motion to table. Ladies and gentlemen, this is to table this motion to December.
Excuse me, it's Councilwoman Vaughn. I've been trying to speak.
Yes, ma'am, but I do have a motion on the table to table.
Yeah, but I was trying to speak and I was on mute.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I wasn't even aware that you were in the meeting. I apologize, but once again, I still do have the intervening motion to table this.
I wanted to speak on this topic and I was trying to get in and I wasn't able to.
Council President.
There's a motion on the floor, Councilwoman Vaughn. Go right ahead, Mr. Collins.
Yes, ma'am. I'll now call the roll for the motion to table. This is to table this public hearing until December 10th. We will have another public portion on December 10th. In that, I will now call the roll. I have a motion by Council Member Rodriguez, a second by Council President McBride. Mr. Blakely.
I have a question about tabling it.
Yes, sir.
I would like to know, how does this intersect with municipal approvals of ABC licenses, which sometimes occur before June 30th?
It will not. You will hear this before all of the municipal licenses for this year. This will not affect any municipal licenses until June 30th of 2021. According to the ordinance, the way it is written, it has a 30-day, within 30 days of that date. If we do this on December 10th, there will be no effect on those dates whatsoever because the ordinance would be passed 20 days after December 10th or upon publication somewhere thereafter. So we would still have a 6-month lead time, sir.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
No, I understand.
So I can't answer a question?
Council President, would you want to entertain suspend the rule and entertain a question from Councilmember Vaughn?
I don't understand what was, okay. Do I get to speak or not?
Council President, it's up to you, ma'am.
Because Councilman Blakey was just able to speak after the second motion.
Well, he asked a question about the motion.
I want to. He asked a question about the ordinance.
He asked a question about the motion on the floor as it related to the timetable for the ordinance.
Related to the ordinance.
Council President.
Mr. Collins, move forward, please.
The bottom line is it's not going to make a difference. The deadline is June 30th, 2021, right?
Mr. Blakely, your vote, sir.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle. Mr. Michelle, this is the table to December 10th, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No vote.
Ms. Vaughn enters a no vote. Council President McBride.
Yes.
The matter is tabled till December 10th, 2020, at which point the public hearing will resume. Thank you very much.
Mr. Conlon?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me just say this. If in tabling this, it is just so that the stakeholders can get a copy of the state, the ABC guidelines. And so who is going to be responsible for getting the stakeholders the information that they need and we sent out already from the clerk's office the actual letter letting the stakeholders know that this ordinance was on the books tonight. So now we find out tonight that a lot of the businesses are closed. So how are we going to make sure from now. This is only 2 weeks from now till I believe two weeks, 3 weeks at the most from December the 10th. So how are we going to make sure that the stakeholders get a copy of the state ABC guidelines? If the businesses are closed, how is this going to work? That's my question.
The ordinance and the summary of the ordinance, if it's imperatively important, and it sounds like it is, the clerk's office can certainly, normally we would publish, we've published for the public hearing well in advance. I can certainly do another publication for the tabling and an additional public hearing explaining what the ordinance is about with an ordinance summary. We have sent out a letter with a copy of the ordinance to each and every stakeholder. I can send emails as a follow-up, and beyond that, I'm not sure how to get out to them any further than that.
You mean the U.S. Post Office is closed?
No, ma'am. We already did mail the letter. We mailed the letter to them last week.
So they're getting their mail, right?
I assume so, but Ms. Schoener indicated that many of these establishments may actually be temporarily closed due to COVID-19. So she's afraid that while the mail may be delivered, they're not picking it up at the establishments, which is the problem.
All right. So then, so the email and then the advertisement, as you stated, Mr. Councilman Rodriguez wanted the actual state ABC state guidelines. So can we get that for him?
Director
I'd like to get a copy of it.
Director Coley, do you have a copy of that, or would you like me to contact ABC for it?
I'll provide you a copy of it tomorrow.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I greatly appreciate it. And then I'll provide that to the council upon receipt.
Thank you. You may continue.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. A plenary retail consumption with broad package privilege, license number 111132-141-007 from Gomez Bisano Inc. to America 2020 LLC. This is for the premises located at 202 Cash Street, Trenton, New Jersey. And it is known as America 20. It's going to an incorporation known as America 2020 LLC from Gomez Bisano. Floor is open.
So move.
I have an introduction by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second? I'm sorry, I think somebody blinked over that. Did somebody second it?
Yes, Councilman Blakely, second.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Councilmember Blakely, does anybody wish to be heard? Council President, would you like me to proceed to the vote?
Yes, please.
Councilmember Blakely, your vote, sir?
Yes, sir.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison. This is for the approval.
Yes.
This is 2676, sir. Thank you. Councilmember
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Resolution 20-676 passes 6-0. Next, we have Resolution 20-677. Resolution granting renewal of an alcohol plenary retail consumption license number 111133086-003 Caveman Incorporated for the 2021 licensing period 1401 South Clinton Avenue.
So move.
I have a motion by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Michelle. I believe he beat him to the buzzer. The floor is open. Does anybody wish to be heard? Council President, you'd like me to move to the vote?
Yes.
Mr. Blakely, your vote, sir.
Yes, sir.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 20-679. Resolution authorizing emergency appropriations to the state's fiscal year 2021 temporary budgets of the City of Trenton Current Fund in an amount of $274,500. Floor is open.
I have a question, President McBride.
Go right ahead, Councilman Blakely.
Thank you, President McBride. I have a question about when is the budget process going to start? We haven't had any budget hearings. I didn't have any last fiscal year due to us accepting the mayor's budget. But I'm curious about what is the schedule, maybe the council president, maybe the budget officer. I can get some clarification about when this process is going to start so we can start, planning for the future.
Madam President, may I?
Yes, go right ahead, Business Administrator Cruz. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. Councilman Blakely, the process right now is on hold because we were waiting for a response from Department of Community Affairs. The response has been received, and we are in the process of completing an application to DCA to receive additional funding for the city via transitional aid. So once the application is completed and submitted on Monday or Tuesday, we then wait to hear back from the Department of Community Affairs as to the assistance that they will be providing to the city. And that number gets plugged into the budget, and the mayor's budget is then presented to council.
When do you think that will be?
Well, we have a deadline of submitting the budget, submitting the application to the Department of Community Affairs by December 1st, and we will be sending the application, and then we wait to hear back from the director, and then we go from there. So we're still relying on DCA's response for us to be able to proceed with finalizing a budget and presenting it to council.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Collins?
Yes, ma'am. Are we ready to proceed?
So moved.
I have an introduction by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Blakely. I'll now call the roll. Councilmember Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 20-680, a resolution authorizing the award of a contract with the law office of Eric M. Bernstein and Associates, LLC, 34 Mountain Boulevard, Building A, P.O. Box 4922, Warren, New Jersey, 07059, to provide professional legal services regarding insurance litigation and insurance matters through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 1944 Cap A 20.5 et sec in an amount not to exceed $25,000 through RFP 2020-19.
So moved.
I have a motion on the floor by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Blakely. Anybody wish to be heard? Council President, would you like me to proceed to the vote?
Yes, please.
Councilmember Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaughn.
No vote.
Councilmember McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 20-681, a resolution authorizing the application and acceptance of a fiscal year 2021 Homicide Task Force Agreement provided by the Mercer County Prosecutor's Office to the City of Trenton, New Jersey Police Department. Floor is open.
So moved.
President McBride, I have a question. President McBride.
Yes, go right ahead. A motion was on the floor, but go right ahead, Councilman Blakely.
Okay, not a problem. I would like the director of the police department to explain the homicide task force agreement provided by the Mercer County Prosecutor's Office for the City of Trenton Police Department for just the public's benefit.
Yes, sir. The Mercer County Homicide Task Force is comprised of members from all of the municipal police agencies within the county. It's much like a model used by other counties. In the case of Trenton, we had one sergeant and two detectives that were assigned to the task force. We now have one sergeant and one detective that's assigned to that task force. And the agreement is so that we can continue that relationship.
How productive has the relationship been so far? Or how helpful has the agreement been to your department's efforts to reduce homicides in the city?
Well, the only thing that I can say is that they're responsible for investigating all homicides. My department doesn't actually investigate homicides. It's done by the task force. In terms of clearance rate and how effective it is, I would leave that question for the prosecutor himself.
Well, the question I have is, why can't we do this in-house? And if we're being asked to, support this agreement, I would like to know the efficacy of the agreement. Like, has the agreement been effective? Is it working? And are there any other alternatives to the status quo, right? Like, so, when was this instituted, and is it working comparably to the doing it in-house, I guess is for lack of a better word?
If we had to do it in-house, I don't think we would have the manpower, because you're talking about going from a task force of 15 to 20 people, because they're able to send at least 2 to 3 people from each municipality to comprise the task force. The Trenton Police Department would not be able to dedicate 15 to 20 people to a task force, and the city of Trenton makes up at least 80% of the homicides that occur within the county, so we would not be able to effectively be able to investigate all of those. And so in terms of what do we receive in exchange for that, all of the overtime that has occurred by the people assigned to the task force is paid by the Mercer County Prosecutor's Office.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. This sounds like a good idea, and I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Council President?
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Is there someone here, representative from the County Prosecutor's Office today, to speak to this resolution, to this agreement? Anyone from the County Prosecutor's Office here in this meeting? I'm asking, Council President, is there anybody from the County Prosecutor's Office in this meeting to discuss the agreement that they have with our municipality?
Not that I know of. Mr. Collin, do you see any numbers on the board from the prosecutor's office?
I do not, ma'am. But if somebody is here from the prosecutor's office, could you please speak up? Does not appear anybody's here from the prosecutor's office, ma'am.
Did you want to put your question out?
Yeah, that's my, I don't really, that's my statement. Well, I mean, it speaks for itself that no one from the prosecutor's office is here. So I would just ask, is the agreement available? Is there any way I can get a copy of the agreement? Director Coley or Mr. Cruz, is there any way that the council can get a copy of the homicide task force agreement that we have with the county? I would like to see how much it is costing. Has the cost increased considering the number of homicides? I want to know what the outcomes are. Are there measures? I mean, what does this agreement entails? Is there a document that outlines the agreement in the terms?
Madam President, may I? Madam President?
Yes, go right ahead. I apologize.
Hi, yes, thank you, Madam President. Councilwoman Vaughn, as the director stated, is for 2 officers and a sergeant. So that would be the cost of the city of Trenton's total salary cost for a multiplier, which is we put in 3 people and in turn we get 15. So in all, we get 12 additional police officers from other municipalities that come into the city of Trenton without having to cost the city salaries for those 12 individuals that come and do those investigations here. So we pay for those 2 officers, the sergeant, and then in return, the county also gives us additional funding of $80,000 should there be additional costs for overtime. So that is what the resolution states, and if Ms. Director Coley will probably have further information, but it's actually a win-win for the city. If it's a force of 15 officers altogether from all municipalities in the county, we are getting 12 additional police officers for the cost of 3 for us.
Okay. Well, I have some concerns that there's no written agreement. I don't understand how could I cast a vote for an agreement that doesn't exist. I mean, I would think all of this should be documented, whether or not, I guess it's a verbal agreement that you just described, that we have a few officers that we allocate to the task force at the county, but we have no visibility into what the county is doing for Trenton. I would like to see that service level agreement. I want to know what the terms are, how long this has been in effect, how much overall in aggregate it's costing. Yeah. Right? And I'm just really concerned that the county prosecutor's office, no one is here to even speak to it. Yeah. I also am concerned, I have questions about the outcomes. Is this model proven successful? Director Coley, how long has this task force been in existence? I think Councilman Blakely questioned it too as to when it was initiated.
From my understanding, it has been in existence since 2013. So in each year we renew the agreement. There is a written agreement as to the terms, and I can get that to Mr. Cruz tomorrow.
Okay, I would like to see, because I think based on the performance of this model, I don't think the outcomes we have realized the outcomes for our city that are in the positive territory. Since 2013, how many homicides have been solved? Even to date, right? Here we are, we got record homicides in the city of Trenton. And I believe the number is at, the exact number is at 37 to date. And out of 37 homicides, how many, Director Coley, has the task force solved?
No.
How many have been solved out of 37?
As of today's date, 8.
Prosecuted, solved, yeah, how many have been prosecuted?
To my knowledge, none so far, but close with the rest. I believe that there's 8, and there's an additional 5 that have persons of interest.
So, okay. So no one has been investigated. No one has been, arrested, investigated, and prosecuted and brought to justice. No one. Is that what I'm being told?
That's my understanding, but I don't know if that's due to COVID. I don't want to answer for the prosecutor's office. I can only give you the information that I have. Those are the total number of jobs that I know that have been closed with arrest, with the additional ones that have persons of interest where they're still building cases on.
Yeah, so this is my concern, and it should be everyone's concern in the city of Trenton, that to date we got 37, well, first of all, the concern is that we got 37 murders. And I'm not going to even go into the numbers since 2010. that cases have not been investigated and prosecuted and solved by this task force and by the Mercer County Prosecutor's Office. So we're just going to talk current date. I need to know how successful this task force is and whether or not this agreement is even worth proceeding with. Maybe we should rethink it. And maybe we should bring this task force back into the city of Trenton, where it was in pre-2013. And maybe the individuals that are assigned from the county, maybe they don't know the city of Trenton well enough to do the investigation. So maybe maybe we should take, maybe we should hire a law, maybe the attorney general, someone come in and do an evaluation and assess the process. Because to me, it doesn't seem that this task force is successful at all. They can't solve not one murder. Not one murder has been solved, prosecuted. Now, I hear silence. I hear silence from my council members. I hear silence from the residents. If you want to hold folks accountable, this is where we do it. We want outcomes. We want results. So if a model is not working, then it has to be reassessed. It's been in effect since 2013, and here we are coming into 2021, and they want us to renew it. So we got 13 bodies out in spread across Mercer County that are tasked with investigating the murders in the city of Trenton. Why can't those individuals be from the Trenton Police Department in this city? I think they'll be more successful. I'm not a law enforcement expert, but at least they know the city. I don't think any of those officers out in the township know the city to do any investigation. And that's why the outcomes are what they are. Dismal. That's right. I said it. Dismal. And no, I'm not voting for this. And I do want to see an agreement. If there's not one in existence, then they better write one up and get one in existence. The city of Trenton, we deserve to see an agreement. We deserve to know the details. So Angelo Honorfree needs to write one up and get it to the residents of this city. And that's all I have to say about that.
I have a motion on the floor from Council Vice President. Does anybody else wish to be heard?
Yes, Madam President.
Yes, go right ahead.
My concern is, well, I have been receiving calls from the victims' families. The treatment by the detectives from the prosecutor's office is very, very bad. They don't get information. They don't know what's going on. Nothing. They don't even let them know that there are programs where the families could be helped with counseling, with arrangement for funerals. They don't let the residents know. You know, I am very concerned about that. Also, the rate of cases that have been solved is very, very, very low. I understand that out of the last 200, only about 3% have been solved. Only about 3% out of the last 200. In the last 2 months or so, the last crimes in Trenton, they were solved real quick. The one on Marbury Street, those 2 young kids that got killed there, and the ones on Center Street, they were solved quite quick. But the rest of them, their families are still waiting for answers. And that's my concern about this issue. I believe this should be, the city should be able to have, at least have officers from the city communicating with these families, because it is incredible that they don't get, I tell you, it's frustration from these families, you know, and from me and from the residents, as well as the residents, because it's an outside force that is taking care of that. And Sometimes they answer their phones, but they don't like to be bothered by Trenton residents. That's all I have to say.
President McBride.
Thank you.
President McBride.
Yes, Councilman Blakely.
Thank you, President McBride. I have a question because I definitely, maybe the police director can help me. What is the alternative if we shut this down? So my issue is that, or my concern is, you know, this may be the best solution of bad options, right? And so we may not have the other options on the table may be much worse than the status quo, right? So it doesn't mean that our options would be much better. In fact, the options to this existing agreement could be a lot worse. And I don't want to do anything to negatively impact public safety. And so can you tell me, if we were to vote against this, what would be the alternative? Like, what would be, what would it revert back to?
So if we opt not to continue the agreement, then the 2 officers that are currently assigned to the prosecutor's office would come back to Trenton, and we would start trying to investigate the homicides on our own. I don't know what else you would like for me to say, because that's all that it can be. They're either part of the task force or they come back to Trenton.
You're answering the question exactly the way I'm asking it, because, you know, right now, just so I'm clear, and then I'll be quiet. You're basically stating that right now we have more than 10 people focused on homicide issues, and if we were to not accept this, we would only have 2 people working on a homicide task force.
Well, we would have those. We would have those 2 that are currently assigned to the prosecutor's office, and most likely, I would have to combine those 2 with, let's say, the shooting response team or the intelligence unit. I would have to combine them with some other unit in order to be somewhat effective.
And basically, that would take away manpower from other areas that the city desperately needs. Let me ask another question, and maybe you have someone on here. Prior to 2010 or 2003, you mentioned, can you tell me how many people were dedicated to the homicide task force, and, you know, what was the rationale for going to? Was it because we had mass layoffs? Was it a lack of expertise? Was it a lack of funding that caused us to go to the task force model? Or were they effective, or were they ineffective? I just want to know, because, listen, the reason why I'm asking a lot of questions about this, residents are asking members of council and elected officials in this community about the public violence in this city. And it's incumbent that, you know, whenever this council has direct oversight over issues of public safety, that we do our duty to the maximum capacity, because, you know, I always say there's not much I can do as a city council person around fighting crime, but this looks like something that we should at least have a conversation about, so that, you know, we are doing what we can and doing what is in our power to take violent crime seriously. And so, you know, I'm not looking to play gotcha games. I'm not asking you questions to catch you. I want to know, so that, you know, we can make sure that we're making the best decision around all issues around an issue that really vexes our city, public safety.
Councilman Blakely, I really don't have the answer for that. I don't know what the conditions were prior to the task force. I do know that this is a model that is used by other counties. I can't tell you what, I can't tell you how effective it is compared to how it was before. I just really don't have those answers.
All right.
So there's just one thing that I would just like to say, that it's why the data is so important, because if we had the data to show exactly how many murders, how many homicides were being solved before 2013, based on how many are being solved and prosecuted to date, if that data was in black and white, and then we could see that for ourselves, and so when resolutions like this come in front of us, we would be able to share that information with the public, and we would be able to understand exactly if we're in a better position now, or if we were in a better position in 2013 and before. So that is one of the reasons that I believe that the data is needed, that we need to see, just exactly where we were, how we were doing before we got these two officers out into the county, and how we're doing today. Because as of today, that Trenton has 200 cases that have not been solved or prosecuted. That's a lot. And so if we have some type of data, I believe that could help us make decisions like this. Thank you. Mr. Collins, can we continue?
I need a second to the motion. Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Second.
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Blakely. And I'll call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
No.
Councilmember Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
No.
Vote passes by a count of 4-3, so ordered. Next, we have Resolution 20-682, a resolution accepting the fiscal year 2020 Bulletproof Vest Partnership Grant Program from the U.S. Department of Justice, Office of Justice Programs, Bureau of Justice Assistance.
So moved.
President,
I do have a motion, but Council President McBride, Mr. Blakely is seeking recognition.
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman Blakely.
thank you so much, President McBride. Director Coley, can you give me an overview, give the public an overview of this Bulletproof Vest Partnership Grant?
Yes, what this is that from the Department of Justice, we received virtually a grant to help replace worn and outdated bulletproof vests, and it reduces the cost on the officer in the city as well.
Thank you.
You may continue, Mr. Collins.
I have a motion by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Blakely. I'll now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaughn.
No vote.
Councilmember McBride.
Yes.
My apologies, Council President McBride. Next, we have Resolution 20-683. My apologies, so ordered. The resolution passes 6-0. Next, we have Resolution 20-683, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Goals LLC for the furnish and delivery of uniforms for a period of 2 years for the Trenton Police in an amount not to exceed $225,000 through bid 2020-40. The floor is open.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. I have a second by Mr. Harrison.
President McBride.
Go right ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry to interrupt, but the fact that this is a joint meeting, I have no other opportunity to wait. So this seems pretty excessive. This is $225,000. Can we have the police director outline, is this absolutely necessary? We're in a time of great fiscal distress. And, I'm sure that the police officers already have uniforms, right? Like I'm sure their uniforms are, still useful. What's the necessity for spending, more than almost $250,000 on uniforms? And if this is something that is time sensitive.
This is based on the uniforms that we are required by contract to provide for our civilian employees, our dispatchers, the crossing guard, all of those individuals. The number of people that we have. So while it may sound like it's a lot, but when you start adding up all of the new hires, the uniforms that we're required to give them, the uniforms that we're required to replace on an annual basis, then that's what it actually comes out to.
All right, thank you.
Continue, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, Council President. I have a motion by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson, a second by Mr. Harrison. And I'll call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Order. Next, we have Resolution 20-684, a resolution authorizing the acceptance of an opioid task force agreement provided by the New Jersey State Police to the City of Trenton. The floor is open.
McBride, I have a question.
Go right ahead, Councilman Blakely.
Thank you, President McBride. Can we have an explanation of the opioid task force agreement provided by the New Jersey State Police? Trenton is a regional epicenter, from what I understand, of the opioid epidemic. And I would like to know how long has this agreement been in place for? How effective has it been? And what are alternatives to this agreement that's provided by the New Jersey State Police? Are we spending any money? Is there any cost associated with us entering into this agreement that was provided by the state police?
Okay, so there is no direct cost. We do have an officer that's assigned as part of the task force, and in exchange for that, the state police provides a service to the city 2 to 3 days out of the week where they actually patrol the streets and help us in terms of manpower. So it has been extremely effective. Some of our larger jobs have come with the assistance of the state police, and they are consistent and constant with their presence in the city. So I think that the partnership that we have with them is invaluable, and I would like to see it continue.
Okay, so let me ask another question. I have a follow-up question on that. President McBride, do I have the floor?
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you, President McBride. So I wanted to know if we have, so we're giving them a police officer for what? Like, what is the terms of our giving them a police officer? Are they not working exclusively in Trenton?
Our police officer is working in Trenton as part of the task force. If they're going to do a raid somewhere else, there's a possibility that the officer may be used there, but he's primarily used here in the city. He helps conduct investigations that we have in the city as it arises from the various crimes. There's no particular crime that they focus on. They focus on all of them. So again, I think the relationship is invaluable. If as bad as crime is within the city, I would hate to think what it would be like if I didn't have the assistance of their crime prevention unit, formerly known as the opioid task force, if they were not working in the city 2 to 3 times a week.
So it's not called the opioid task force, it's called the crime prevention task force?
No, I corrected myself. I said officially it is known as the opioid task force, but when they're in the city, they help us with crime prevention.
Okay, and how effective have, oh, you're basically saying if we didn't have them, it would be even worse.
That is my belief, yes.
Thank you so much, Director Coley. I'll be voting in favor of this.
Council President McBride, could I speak?
Yes, you may, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Another agreement by an external law enforcement agency. Do we have this documented?
Your question is to the director?
The director, to the Director Coley. Do we have this documented, Ms. Coley?
Yes, there is a written agreement.
Can you, is it, because I didn't see it attached to the docket.
Well, we have been required to give summaries of the items that are on docket. We had not been asked for any additional information or attachments. If that's something that's going to be required, then we can certainly do that.
Yes, if you can get me a copy of that agreement, and also if, and of course, follow up with the prosecutor on their agreement on that one. You know, and I, when the term agreement speaks to legality, right? It's the way we measure, and it's the way that we all agree that certain things should happen and take place. And if it's not written, I mean, how do we hold anybody accountable? How do we measure? So I don't understand these resolutions that we claim that the city of Trenton is entering into these agreements, but yet we have no documented evidence. So is the law department on the line? The law department on the line, Council President?
Yes, they are. Mrs. Samuel?
Yes, Council President McBride, I apologize. I couldn't get off of mute. I was trying to unmute myself.
So, Attorney Samuels, I have a question for you regarding these agreements. I don't know if you've been listening in.
Yes, I have, Councilwoman.
So, does the law department have copies of these agreements that the city of Trenton is entering into with these outside agencies, rather it be law enforcement or otherwise?
Councilwoman,
What's going on in the background? Mr. Conlon? There's still interference.
Trying to, I got it. Go ahead, continue.
Yes, so does the law department have any copies or any knowledge of these agreements that our city has entered in with these outside entities? Rather law enforcement, or in this case, we're talking about law enforcement agency, but anytime, you know, our government enters into an agreement, I mean, that infers contractual, you know, there's terms. So do you guys have these documents? Are you guys involved with this?
Councilwoman Vaughn, I would say with all certainty that the law department would have these agreements. Now, do I have these agreements in front of me right now where I could review them? No, I don't. But the fact that, you know, the resolution was approved as to form and legality, the process usually is to review the agreements that are thereto attached as well. So I would say with certainty that there was an agreement provided to the law department, which would have been reviewed, but I don't have that agreement in front of me to refer to it at this time.
Okay, well, I don't understand how anyone can ask the council. Well, I'm just going to speak for myself. I'm not going to speak for my fellow council members, but I cannot vote on anything if I don't have the agreement that I can review. And I can't even ask proper questions because I don't have an agreement. I can't even have a conversation, an intelligent conversation with Director Coley or anyone from the prosecutor's office because I don't have the agreement. So I would hope, Ms. Samuel, since you represent our city, the municipal corporation, can you ensure that we get these agreements and can you get them to me, please, as soon as possible? I would like the opioid task force agreement that we are embarking on with the New Jersey State Police. And well, it looks like we already, have agreed to it. It looks like it's in, full force and in effect. And I would also, I don't want to go back, but I would also like to get a copy of that agreement we have with the Mercer County Prosecutor Office that we've been in with since 2013. So can you get that information for me, Ms. Samuels?
Yes, Councilwoman Vaughn, I'm making a note of it, and I will definitely make sure that your request is submitted to the law department so that we can provide that information to you and your colleagues.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Council President?
Yes, Councilman Harrison, go right ahead.
Yes. Director Cooley, could you tell me how many people are actually on this task force? You said there's one from Trenton. How many are overall on the task force?
She's not coming in, Mr. Conlon. Hold up, Director.
We can't hear you with your connection. Can you speak into the microphone, please?
Wait a minute, I'm having some technical difficulties. Hold on.
There you go.
Wait a
We can
minute.
hear you now, ma'am.
Okay. We can have anywhere from 20, I would say from 20 to 25 people when they're actively out there patrolling the streets in exchange for our one. And I neglected to mention that they also have, from the state police, 2 of their people assigned to our shooting response team. So they have one of ours, we have 2 of theirs.
So we could have 20 to 25, and you said 3 days a week?
When they're actually patrolling the city, yes, sir, we can have as many as that. Sometimes it's slightly lower. It may be like 14 or 16, but generally they have the more robust numbers.
Thank you.
If there's no more questions, we can move forward. Mr. Conlon with the vote.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion by
Second.
Councilman Caldwell Wilson. Who made the second? I'm sorry.
Second, Councilman Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. I have a second by Councilmember Harrison, and now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Ms. Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Vote passes 5-1. Thank you very much. Next, we'll move on to Resolution 20-685. A resolution authorizing to amend Resolution 20-466 for the purchase, cleaning, and repair of uniforms for an additional $35,000 for the City of Trenton Department of Fire and Emergency Services.
So moved.
I have a motion by Council Vice President Caldwell Wilson.
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Harrison. Council President would like to proceed to the vote.
Yes.
Councilman Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaughn.
I'm sorry, which resolution is this?
This is Resolution 2685 for the Fire Department Emergency Fire. It's resolution authorizing to amend Resolution number 20-466 for the purchase, cleaning, and repair of uniforms for an additional $35,000 for the City of Trenton Department of Fire and Emergency Services.
No vote, Mr. Collin.
Yes, ma'am. Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 20-686. A resolution authorizing a contract to Municipal Emergency Services for the purchase of proprietary parts and materials through New Jersey State Contract Number T-079017 DPP 00100 in an amount not to exceed $45,000.
So moved.
I have a motion by Council Vice President Wilson. I have a second by Mr. Harrison. Council Vice President, would you like me to move to the Council President? Would you like me to move to the vote?
Yes, I would.
Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Vote.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 20-687, a resolution certifying that the City Council of the City of Trenton reviewed the best practices inventory questionnaire for the city's fiscal year 2021. Floor is open.
So moved.
I have a motion.
I have a question, Council President.
Motion's on.
Yes, I remember when our first year on council, and when Mr. Cruz arrived, and we were in the midst of the budget process, and he graciously went through this with us, line item by line item. Are we not going to get that review? Are we not going to review this as a body? Mr. Cruz and Council President McBride and Council Vice President Caldwell Wilson, are we going to not? I mean, I don't know. Maybe you guys already had the meeting. I certainly was not involved. We reviewed this as a body last year, I believe.
Council President, if I may.
Yes.
I reviewed this myself, and I asked Mr. Cruz a number of questions on it to satisfy my needs. I believe that, we're supposed to look through this because this is basically saying that we've reviewed it. And if you haven't reviewed it, Councilwoman, I don't know what to say, but I don't recall Mr. Cruz going over this line item by line item with us.
Oh, I recall because there were a couple of ones that were brand new, like there was an entry in there about returning citizens and including them in the budget, and we passed that legislation. So he did go through it. Yes, he did. So of course I read through it, but I'm just saying that this is something that we should be reviewing as a body, because it has influence on the budget. And there are some new pieces of legislations that may have come through DCA and the state that may be included this year, right? So again, I think this is something that we should have. And Mr. Cruz, would you like to speak on it? Because I remember when you did that, sir. Do you not recall? Mr. Cruz, are you on the line?
Madam President, may I respond?
Yes, you want Mr. Cruz.
Hi, thank you, Madam President. Councilwoman Vaughn, yes, I recall the first, the first year that I was here. That's actually, and I'm very proud of that, because that was actually the first time in many years that the city was successful at passing the best practices survey that is put together by the Department of Community Affairs. That actually, as you mentioned, has an effect in a percentage of the aid that is received by all municipalities in the state of New Jersey, all 585 municipalities. And, I can tell you that once again, we have been successful once again for the fourth time in a row under this administration that we have a passing grade. Once again, we are confident in our answers, and we were not overreaching as to try to come up with numbers. We satisfactory and comfortably actually achieve the number that is required to pass the minimum number. Colin Cherry and Ms. Janet Schoenhart are actually ready to speak if there are specific questions that you may have, or if you just want to maybe go over a portion of it where you may have some questions, or just a general description as to what it entails with what are the yes, the no's, let me see, yes, no, not applicable, prospective. If you want, Mr. Collins is ready to explain you tell me what it is that you would like for us to discuss.
No, that's fair. No, that's pretty impressive, and that's good news for our municipality. I just remembered that was the process we follow, and it just seems to me that we are, again, this council just is brushing through some pretty important processes that can benefit our budget. So that, I'm happy to, proceed with each individual attesting to that they reviewed it. But it's always more valuable of a process when we review things as a body. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Madam President,
Go right ahead, Councilman
I have a
Rodriguez.
question, 008.
That would be to Mr. Cruz.
I have a few questions. I went over it, but I put question marks because I don't understand really, what's going on in here. If you're saying yes to everything, yes, and that's it.
Okay, Madam President, may I? Yes, so Councilman, it is actually all that is required. It depends on the question where the state requires whether there should be an explanation or documentation that needs to be submitted with the answer. And most of these answers, it only gives you, just like a test, it's a yes, no, and a. So it doesn't open up for you for discussion. But when it comes to 008, yes, the police department does charge contractors and utilities for having officers at the intersections where they need to perform traffic controls.
But my question is, where does that money go? If I'm not mistaken, that time we were told that it goes for the police, the Revenue Association or something for internal things of the police. What happened with that money?
The police director can probably give you a better explanation, but Councilman, on the surface, the money actually does go to, some of the money goes to the police department and is put aside and is used to buy vehicles. But as I mentioned, the police director can give you probably more detailed information as to what else has been acquired by the police department.
Councilman
Well, I'm waiting for my answer.
He said that the police director probably could give you a better answer. I didn't know if you wanted to ask her the question or you want.
Isn't she listening to the call?
Yes, she's listening.
Yes, sir, I am here.
Okay, well, what happens with that money?
Okay, I was muted, and I'm not really sure what money we're talking about, because I heard Mr. Cruz said when the officers are working the intersections and they get paid, those officers get paid from the vendor, whoever they're working for the hours that they work. The only thing that comes back to the city is the administrative fee and the vehicle fee, but the actual rate per hour goes to that officer.
Yeah. So, Director, Councilman Santiago wants to know the portion that goes into the city, what it is used for, or what can it be used for?
She said the portion that goes back to the city is for the vehicle, and so she wouldn't have a direct answer. Excuse me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't that come from the administration? Because they're getting an hourly rate, And she said that there's a two-part that comes back to the administration, and that's one part is for the vehicle and one part is for something.
Madam President, if I may, this is Colin Cherry.
Yes, help us out.
Colin Cherry, Department of Administration. When she says administrative fee, it is the fee for processing the application or the management of that work, and that money goes to the general fund, which essentially pays for the cost of our employees and our software and all those other things that allow us to manage these jobs. So that is where that administrative money goes.
Councilman Rodriguez, does that answer your question?
Well, I got three different answers. I don't know which one is which. The vehicles.
The vehicle, so there's an administrative fee that the city takes for processing the work. The vehicle fee that I assume the director is referring to is should a contractor, a requester, need a vehicle for the officer to do their job, they also pay for the cost of that vehicle operation. We just also take an administrative fee for processing and then, processing the application, making sure that we're scheduling a person, and then the contractor pays for the time of that employee directly to that employee.
Okay.
Alrighty, thank you.
I had a lot of questions, but I don't think we have the time to go over all of them.
Councilman Rodriguez, this is Colin Cherry once again. If you do want to have a conversation about the best practices after this, I would be more than happy.
But it's useless. It's useless because if I'm going to vote for this, I went over it, but some areas I don't really understand it. I had questions to ask about it, but since we are not going to go over the whole thing, it's because I have a bunch of questions.
I am available.
After the fact, it's useless. Once we take the vote, we take the vote.
So, Mr. Conlon and Mr. Cruz, I need to ask both of you a question. Is this time sensitive?
I think the best person to answer that is Ms. Schoenauer, because I believe she puts the best practices together, Council President.
All righty.
When we submitted the best practices, we told the DPA that we would have it on the docket on the 24th, which is today. So if you want to table it, I don't think the DCA is going to make a big deal about that. We attempted to do it, and since not everybody has reviewed it or has some questions and wants to go over it, I think that tabling it would be okay.
All righty. So I'm going to move to table this so that everyone that has questions can have the opportunity to get those questions answered. So I'll make a motion.
Council President, the date that you wish to table this to, is it the 10th December?
Yes.
I have a motion by Council President McBride to table to December 10th. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Blakely. I will now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. The resolution is tabled to December 10th.
All right. In the meantime, who would be the best person to answer the questions that the council members have? Who do we need to forward the questions to? You, Ms. Schoenauer, or Mr. Cruz?
You can forward it to either me or Colin Cherry.
All righty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Continue, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 20-688, a resolution of the City of Trenton and the County of Mercer, State of New Jersey, authorizing the submission of an application to the Local Finance Board requesting approval of a $15 million lead service line replacement bond ordinance under the provisions of the Municipal Qualified Bond Act, NJSA 40A:3-1 et sec.
So move.
Second.
Second.
I actually have a second by Mr. Blakely. I have an introduction by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. Now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Ms. Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
No.
So ordered. Passes 4-2. Next, we have Resolution 20-689, a resolution authorizing the City of Trenton to issue refunds due to erroneous duplicate payments totaling $4,741. In fact, just as actually, no, this is the other one. Okay. Resolution 20-689, once again, is a resolution authorizing the City of Trenton to issue refunds due to erroneous duplicate payments totaling $4,741.73.
So move.
I have a motion by Council President, and I have a second by Mr. Blakely. Now call the roll. Councilmember Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaughn.
I just have a question. Could I ask, are we in the middle of a vote, right? No vote.
Council President McBride.
I lost my way, but
2689, ma'am. It's Resolution 2689, a resolution authorizing the City of Trenton to issue refunds due to erroneous duplicate payments totaling $4,741.73.
yes, my vote is yes.
Yes, ma'am. So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 20-678. NJAC 8:52 in an amount not to exceed $600,000 for a period of 3 years through competitive contract 2020-07.
So moved.
So moved.
I have a motion by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Harrison. I'll call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Councilmember Vaughn.
No vote.
No.
Councilmember Vaughn votes no. Council President McBride.
No.
Passes 4-3. Next, we have Resolution 20-690. Resolution authorizing payment for a contract with Capital Group LLC Medical Home Pharmacy, 828 North Olden Avenue, Trenton, New Jersey, 08633, which is awarded on an emergency basis to provide emergency COVID-19 testing services for the City of Trenton's residents.
So moved.
I have a question that
Go right ahead, Council Rodriguez.
yes, I don't see the date of that emergency here. I was looking for it, but I didn't see it. When did this happen? Well,
Can someone answer that question for him?
Councilwoman, Madam President, I'm sorry. Adam Cruz, Business Administrator, may I speak?
Yes.
Yes, Council President, the emergency was declared because we needed, because of the huge spike in cases in the city. We felt that it was the right move at the proper time to proceed and declare the emergency a few days ago, to be able to move forward and make and coordinate with the company that will be providing the testing in order for us to be able to provide fast a fast response and put a site together so that we can start testing. As a result, we have made arrangements to have the testing begin tomorrow at Unity Park. The contract is worth $200,000. Every test is $90 per test. So it was a few days ago that we declared the emergency, and we're coming to you to adopt a resolution.
Wait a minute, Mr. Cruz.
Council President?
You're coming to us for $200,000, and when people are being told to bring their insurance to the testing site, what's going on here?
Yeah, Madam President, the insurance is not required. It will just be a benefit for the city if somebody brings their insurance card, so that the cost of the $90 will not go against the $200,000, but they would charge the insurance company. However, it is not required. Anyone can go to the testing site and not have the insurance card with them or insurance information, and they will be treated just like everyone else.
Okay, Councilwoman Vaughn?
Yeah, so we're paying $200,000 for a private pharmacist or a physician to test city residents. So, and I believe this pharmacy is in Ewing Township. Correct? It's not a Trenton pharmacy, is a pharmacist, is it? So, we have Henry J. Austin. Now we have the Trenton Health Team. So why do we need, and then we have the services from the county, right? The county is also providing COVID testing. So with monies that they've gotten from the CARES Act, that they are beholden or obligated to give Trenton a certain percentage. So why are we using this entity when we could use Henry J. Austin and or, Helen Full Hospital, Capital Health? There's so many other medical entities that would love a contract or partner with the city of Trenton in this effort, if that's within our borders. I don't understand why we're going out to this private entity to do this when we have a federally qualified health center by Henry J. Austin to do this for us. I don't understand. Mr. Cruz, can you help me out here? Why are we engaging all these different service providers, and we've already contracted with various other ones that have the same capabilities?
The county, Councilwoman, when we began the process of doing the RFP, the county did not have plans to have the city of Trenton added to the testing sites, as per conversations that took place between the mayor's office and the county executive. So we decided to go on our own because we needed to do testing in the city as preparation for the second wave. As we were going through the proposals, it's distracting when you're making comments, Councilwoman. When you're making your comments, I saw what you said, so it's very distracting. So we took it upon ourselves to then begin to make the arrangements. Went and did we did an RFP. Put it out, and we got the responses back. Several of the entities submitted proposals. Of the various proposals that we received, the company that we selected, Capelin, is actually the second lowest. The other companies could not provide the services that would require within 24 to 48 hours test results. So we decided to move forward with Capelin. They are, they will be providing the test results within 24 to 48 hours, which is very beneficial to our residents, because the sooner we find out, the quicker we can put people on quarantine if they test positive.
Is it Kaplan or Capelin?
Kaplan or Capelin. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly. KAPLAN Group, LLC.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a medical home pharmacy in...
So did Henry J. Austin apply?
They did not.
Excuse me. So Mr. Cruz, I have a question for you.
Sure.
The Henry J. Austin Health Center is under the 340B drug pricing program. Under the federal guidelines, the Henry J. Austin Health Center should be doing this testing for the Trenton residents. On top of being part of the 340B drug pricing program, the city of Trenton also gives them an incentive. So why is we shelling out $200,000 when the Henry J. Austin Health Center has met the guidelines of the 340B program and can administer these tests through their pharmacy? I'm just not getting this. We have an institution within our borders called the Henry J. Austin Health Center. They are already under the federal program, the 340B drug pricing program, which they get 20 to 50% discounts and reimbursed at full rates if the prescription is filled at their, and they do the actual work, I should say. So I'm just not given to someone $200,000 when the Henry J. Austin Health Center is getting federal dollars to do this kind of work. And they're in our borders.
Madam President. Yeah, Madam President, I don't know what the turnaround time would be for somebody to actually go through the testing program that the Henry J. Austin is providing, or other entities, as you mentioned. I know that the county has a limit of 300 tests per day. So once they reach the 300, people get sent away, and the demand right now for testing is actually growing by the days. Even if you go to other pharmacies or other locations where you could go and either walk in a week or a week and a half ago, walk in and get the test done, they now have waiting times of over a week. So this is why we decided to move ahead with the testing, with this contract and the testing as well.
I have a question. President.
Go right ahead, Councilman Blakely.
Thank you. So just to be clear, Mr. Cruz, this was an RFP. It was a request for folks had to proactively say that they were interested in providing this service, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. So you're saying that Henry J. Austin did not apply?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to say that I am 100% in agreement with this. I believe that these tests are desperately needed in the city of Trenton. I looked at our numbers, and they're scary. They're terrifying. Looking at the numbers, do we have the health officer on the line?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you explain to me and other members of this council or members of the public the gravity of the situation? Like, how great is the COVID-19 pandemic in the city of Trenton?
Madam President, may I answer this question?
Well, I really don't see what the need is, because we all heard you last week and we heard the numbers last week. But if my councilman, for his own edification, wants to hear you again, but you gave us the numbers last week, and I'm quite sure all of us that was on this line heard the numbers. We're talking about the Henry J. Austin Health Center. We know what the numbers are. We know what the numbers are.
President McBride, you are happy to answer any questions that you wish. I'm using my time to ask the questions that I want. As a member of this body. So if you don't like the question, that's your problem. It's not mine. I'm asking because that's my right as a council person to ask a question about something that's relevant. So thank you very much for your comments, but, I would like to hear again from the health officer about, this very important issue. Thank you.
Well, she asked me, did she have the floor? And I told her we already heard her numbers. We were talking about the Henry J. Austin Health Center and this contract.
No, you were talking about that. I'm asking the question to ascertain.
That's what's on the floor.
No, what's on the floor is we are considering this contract. We're talking about the contract to provide emergency COVID-19 testing services. And I am simply asking the health officer if she can tell me again about the extent of the COVID-19 pandemic in the city of Trenton, which is a totally legitimate question since we're talking about emergency COVID-19 testing services. All right.
Madam President, if I just may, the Henry J. Austin website says you must be a current patient, have been seen by a Henry J. Austin Health Center provider within the past year, or we can make you a same-day telemedicine appointment to set up a COVID-19 test for you.
I still have a question on the floor.
Okay. Madam President, may I answer Councilman Blakely's question?
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. So we're talking about Henry J. Austin. The testing that we're talking about.
I'm not asking about J. Austin. I am asking if you can tell me
about the number.
About COVID-19 in the city of Trenton. Why is it an emergency? Is it an emergency? The level of positivity in the city.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. For the emergency testing, in the beginning of the pandemic, Council had asked me several questions about geographic areas where the numbers are high, numbers regarding Blacks, Hispanics, age range. I was not able to provide that in the first round. Fortunately, we had someone on the Trenton Health team that is giving us daily graphs and charts. And on one of those graphs that we get daily from the Trenton Health team, it shows that in the area where we're going to have the testing tomorrow, and that's how we were able to determine what area of Trenton we need to do the emergency testing, which is in the Hispanic population. Most of them are undocumented. They're not going to come out and go, and they have no insurance. So they won't come out and go to the FQHC or to the hospitals. But if we move the testing to them in the area, then we'll have more participation. And that's one of the reasons for that emergency testing, because that area is the area that shows to be the highest numbers of COVID in the city of Trenton. And as we keep on watching the numbers and the graphs, then we'll move the testing in different wards. But for the emergency testing, we needed to do that immediately because that's where the highest numbers of COVID testing was coming from. We are having 79, 88 positive tests a day. And when you look at some of the graphs and chart, we are seeing that those are coming from that location of Trenton, and the Hispanic population is the highest on the list for positive cases. And that could be contributed to a whole lot of issues, dwellings, how many people living at home, the space at home, and so forth. So we look at all that and determine that an emergency testing was needed.
I have a question. Thank you. I really appreciate it. You gave me some additional insight as I vote on this. I have an additional question. Can you tell me how will they verify Trenton residential status? So, I'm concerned that folks who don't live in the city of Trenton will come to this site to get tested. However, I'm also concerned about Trenton residents who don't have identification being turned away as well. So what are the guidelines around ensuring that the people who are tested are indeed Trenton residents, since Trenton tax dollars are being paid for this resolution in this contract?
So in order for us to get the results in a timely manner, there's documentation that also need to be filled out with name, address, phone number, and certain personal information that we need in order to determine whether they're Trenton residents or not. If they do not have identification, we still would require them to give us an address, because in order for me to do the contact tracing, that information is needed. So we will have nurses and staff that are Spanish that will be out there to help us with the explanation and to try to help us to get them to give us the correct documentation and the correct responses to the questions in order for us to follow up with the contact tracing. So we will have educators on spot to help us with some of those if they don't have identification.
And another question. Can you tell me, is there a total limit of how many people we're able to see? Like, is it once you get to 300, we got to wrap things up? Or will it be open-ended?
I believe it's 1,000 to 1,500, but then we will have other testing that will be set up after tomorrow. But tomorrow, I think the capability is to do between 1,000 and 1,500.
And what are the times of the that will be this testing will be provided?
It will be from 11 to 4 p.m.
Okay, thank you so much.
Council President?
Right ahead, Councilwoman.
Well, since the contract was done on an emergency basis, there was no opportunity for any other service provider to compete for this contract, correct? So there was no RFP for this contract, correct, Mr. Cruz?
Yes, there was an RFP that we put in place, and several people provided proposals.
But this is an emergency basis. How could that be?
There is a resolution in tonight's agenda to reject all bidders. All bids.
Okay, but I don't understand. How could I'm not understanding the process of awarding contract on an emergency basis. When you award a contract on an emergency basis, you don't have to go out to RFP. So either you did or you didn't.
Yeah. So
is it emergency basis or isn't it?
So when I began my statement, my previous statement, I started by saying that the city had gone out and requested proposals. Several agencies submitted their proposals, but being that there was an urgency to award this contract, we had to move fast to be able to acquire their services, because the agencies that are providing tests are actually being absorbed by other municipalities to provide services as well. So it has become almost I'm not going to say a bidding war, but pretty much people are grabbing anybody that can provide testing at this time. So we had to move on it and make a recommendation. We actually did it at a decent cost per test. And
I just want to be clear what process you followed. So did you do it? Is this contract being issued on an emergency basis, or did you actually go out to bid? Or did you abandon the open and fair process with the emergency basis?
That is correct, yes.
So you didn't, okay, so you didn't complete the open, fair and open process?
Yes, but of the, I believe it was 5 companies that provided proposals. Of those, the company that we selected was actually the second lowest, and it was actually, and the reason why we selected them is because they were able to put a testing site together for us fairly rapidly at a reasonable price.
So, Mr. Cruz, what level of testing is Henry J. Austin doing for the city of Trenton?
Unfortunately, that is a question that only Henry J. Austin can provide to you, an answer that Henry J. Austin can provide to you, Councilwoman. I have not spoken to them as to, what are their proposed services. I can read to you what's on their website once again.
No, I believe that we discussed this early on, that city residents can go to Henry J. Austin if they cannot afford it and get testing, correct? Now, that's on our website.
Our website, yes, for our city, for the one that is being done by the city, as I mentioned earlier, there is no cost to anybody going for testing, but if they do have insurance, they can bring it with them so that the city doesn't take the hit of the $90.
So let me be clear. Henry J. Austin, this federal funds, the CARE Act has given Henry J. Austin funding to assist the city residents here. So I don't want the message to get out to our residents that if they require testing, my understanding is, and I know because they can go to Henry J. Austin and get a test. Is that correct, Mr. Hughes? I mean, Mr. Cruz.
It says you must be a current patient, have been seen by Henry J. Austin Healthcare Center providers within the past year. So that is on their website for testing.
May I chime in on that, please?
Is that the health officer speaking?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Council President, may I ask the health officer the question of whether or not this Henry J. Austin Health Center is taking in our poor and uninsured or underinsured folks for COVID testing, or are they turning them away? Ms. Cooper, can you
yes,
answer that?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So you can they do see the residents that are uninsured. The issue with Henry J. is the time that they can get them in and the time that they could get the results back to us. So if you're not a patient, they can make you a one-day patient where you could just be a patient for them for that day just to get the testing done. However, the results come back in 2 to 5 days, sometimes longer. And if they're doing the entire city, that can overwhelm the pharmacy or the laboratory that's reading the test. So with the contact tracing, we're supposed to do the contact tracing once they're positive within 24 to 48 hours. But if we are waiting 5 days for a test result to come back, that's 5 days that they're out there not knowing that they're positive and could infect others. So yes, they can go to Henry J., but this emergency testing will help us to get a handle on the section of Trenton that has the most cases so that we can reduce the spread by getting the contact tracing done in a timely manner. So I know that.
So what's the turn? So Ms. Cooper, so what is the turnaround? So this pharmacy can take, what's the turnaround time this particular, the Kaplan group, the medical home pharmacy, I mean, how large is this shop? I mean, how many pharmacists do they have? So they can turn around a COVID test in how many hours?
24 to 48, which would meet the guidelines for contact tracing.
And Henry J. Austin can't do that.
Well, Henry J. Austin, all the individuals that have gone to Henry J. Austin has had a 2 to 5 day wait. Some of them comes back earlier, but again, if we are asking them to do the entire city.
Okay, very well. So the Kaplan group can turn around a COVID test from the time it's given to the patient, and the results will come back in 24 to 48 hours. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a motion by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. I have a second by Mr. Blakely. Council President, you want me to proceed to the vote?
Go right ahead.
Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
No.
So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 20-691, a resolution awarding a contract through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA A20.4 section TRC Environmental Corporation for environmental engineering and consulting services for the completion of a remedial investigation for the former Stokes molded rubber site at 104-108 Taylor Street, Trenton, New Jersey, in an amount not to exceed $28,846 to RFP 2020-45.
So moved.
A motion by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second? Second?
Second.
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Blakely. Council President, would you like me to proceed to the vote?
Go right ahead, Mr. Conlon.
Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yeah.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
Yes, sir.
So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 20-692, a resolution amending Resolution 19-633, rescinding the sale of 526 Bennington Avenue and authorizing the return of a deposit. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
I second it.
Second by Council President McBride. I'll now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 20-693, a resolution amending Resolution 19-633, rescinding the sale of 197 Rosemont Avenue and authorizing the return of a deposit. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Council Vice President. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Council President McBride. I'll now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Order. Next, we have Resolution 20-694, a resolution amending Resolution 19-633, rescinding the sale of 713 Winter Avenue and authorizing the return of a deposit. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
I have a second. Do I have a second? I had a motion by Caldwell. Do I have a second by Mr. Harrison? And I'll call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Order. Next, we have Resolution 20-695, a resolution amending Resolution 2018-633, rescinding the sale of 325 and 27 St. Joe's Avenue and authorizing the return of a deposit.
So moved.
I have a motion from Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Harrison. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaughn.
No vote.
Councilmember McBride.
Yes.
Thank you, Council President. Next, we have Resolution 20-696, a resolution approving and authorizing the execution of purchase and sale and redevelopment agreement with the Better Community Housing of Trenton, Inc. for certain city-owned property commonly known as 60-70 and 42.5 Tyrell Avenue within the North Clinton Avenue redevelopment area. The floor is open.
So moved.
President McBride. Oh, no, never mind. I'm fine. Thank you.
And can I be next, Council President?
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Is Ben Delisle on the line?
He is, man.
Hi, Mr. Good evening. Can you describe to me is this the same group of properties that we have the council voted to assign this developer as the designated developer of these properties, that's the same one? Is their 90-day period up? Is this what it is? Is there 90-day period? Yeah.
Council President, this is Director Delisle. May I respond?
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Delisle.
Thank you, Council President. Yes, Councilwoman, this is the same group of properties. The previous resolution designated them as developer. We've since negotiated the redevelopment agreement, and this is bringing the agreement in its final form to the council for authorization to execute. It was reviewed by the redevelopment council for the attorney, Mr. John Hoffman, and his comments were incorporated to the agreement.
This is where I get confused because, the council, we constantly say that we are the redevelopment entity of the city of Trenton. And we had designated this organization, this developer, to be the developer of these properties. So, I was waiting to review that agreement. So I guess we aren't, is it proper for us to vote on this without convening as a body to review that agreement as the redevelopment authority? Council President and Council Vice President?
We should be reviewing we should have reviewed the agreement.
And yeah, so why haven't there been a meeting for us to do that as the redevelopment authority?
Council President, this is the meeting to review that, and I believe the agreement was attached to the resolution.
No, this is the meeting to approve it. With all due respect, Mr. Delisle, this is the meeting to approve it. So this is the redevelopment authority is a different operate under a different set of guidelines. So we are supposed to have a meeting as the redevelopment authority to review this, not along with the other resolutions that are on the council's docket, but to review this separate and distinct. And that's the purpose of us designating an entity as a developer on public property, such as Tyrell, the properties on Tyrell Avenue. But I can't believe, I'm just shocked that their agreement coming out of the designated developer, it's a 90-day period of review, that the redevelopment authority of the city of Trenton didn't meet to review the agreement.
Council President, I'm sorry, may I respond?
Yes, go right ahead.
Councilwoman, we have not deviated from past practice.
No. I'm not asking you, Mr. Delisle. I'm addressing my council members. We are the redevelopment authority, and how come we haven't reviewed this as such? Council President, Council Vice President?
Well, Councilwoman Vaughn, you are correct in the fact that we should have reviewed the agreement, and that was one of the things that I mentioned at the review, that I would not be placing a vote on this based on the fact that we had not.
Because let me tell you, I'm just going to say this to everyone that's listening and the residents. Redevelopment property we take seriously in the city of Trenton. This is the opportunity when we review a developer, the redevelopment entity, which we are in the city of Trenton, and we could continue to grow it out and develop it. And there's some recommendations that we have received to form a committee to do this work if the council doesn't have time to do it or don't want to do it. But we must do it. It's our obligation, and actually it's the law. So we're supposed to get community input to let the community understand what a better community housing is going to be doing on Tyrell Avenue, the time frames, what the properties are going to look like. This is what we were supposed to be reviewing. And we were supposed to, let our community know. We were supposed to go out and do some community outreach and let the folks know that this great project is about to commence. And there's nothing else to say. The Redevelopment Authority is failing the city of Trenton if we are not going to do the work. I don't understand. So Mr. Delisle, did you, what's the problem? So when you, coming out of the 90-day period, I didn't get any meeting invite or have you gone out to the community and let them know what's about to happen over there in their neighborhood?
Council President, if I may.
No, I'm not done, Council. I still have the floor. I'm asking Mr. Delisle a question. Have you gone out to Clinton Avenue and the folks over there, because I know plenty of people over there, and I say this because I'm speaking for them right now. Have we gone out to that community to let them know what's about to transpire over there on Tyrell Avenue? Because that's what the redevelopment agreement is all about. It's about the community. It's supposed to be in collaboration with the community. Because the last time we did something like this over there in East Trenton and we were going to redevelop the Cook School, the community came out and said nobody told them anything. So, Mr. Delisle, have we done that?
Council President, may I respond?
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Delisle. You have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. Councilwoman, the community vetting process was done with the redevelopment planning that was done in this area. We did not come to the community specifically for this project. If you recall, this is the rehab of a single residence and the construction of 2 duplexes. But that work would have been done through the redevelopment planning process and the adoption of a redevelopment plan. Cook School is different in that it is not in a redevelopment area. So that is why that project is different. And again, the process that we are embarking on now is the same that we've been working on since I've been here with the city of Trenton, and that we have a designation, and that would be an opportunity for a presentation from the developer. Then we negotiate an agreement over a period of 120 days as allowed by the redevelopment designation. And once the agreement is done, we would bring it back to council acting as the redevelopment entity for the city of Trenton, not the redevelopment authority, but the redevelopment entity. And with the council's approval, execute that agreement and then implement the project. So
No. Mm-mm. Well, you left out a big chunk. The entity has the big chunk you left out, Mr. Delisle, is the community. So, and I believe we are all sophisticated enough to know that redevelopment cannot happen without the community. So this council, as the redevelopment entity, authority, whatever you want to call us, we need to include the community on this agreement, because we have not, you come to us frequently and say, oh, well, this is only one house and one property. But this isn't a redevelopment zone. It becomes the aggregate, right, of the transformation of that zone. So little piece here and there is part of the grand plan, Mr. Delisle. So, because I'm still driving down Hart Avenue and I haven't seen anything happen over there, and we passed the same type of agreement. I'm looking at Grant Park over there. Still nothing has done. No work has been done on those properties. So I'm very concerned, and the community over there, they're outraged, to be frank. They're outraged. So I cannot, oh yeah, they are. Oh yeah, they are. And I'll challenge and have a conversation with anybody who said that comment. They're outraged. And I could drop names. And I can name the nonprofits that they're outraged about. So don't challenge me, because I will.
May I speak?
Excuse me, and do not interrupt me while I'm speaking because this is my
Order.
time.
Political speeches are not allowed during the debate on the motion.
I'm not making a speech. So again, Mr. Collin, I'm not making a speech. Keep interrupting me. So again, and that's all I have to say about that. But I think the council right now, we are failing our community if they're not involved in this process. Thank you, Council President.
Council President, may I speak?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, so I don't know who's telling you that the community is outraged in the North Ward, but I will tell you that there was, I don't need you to respond to me. I'll tell you there was community outreach done several times, and those buildings are blighted that they want to fix up, and the community on that street, they want them fixed up because they are trying to get their street back. So I don't know where you're getting this information from.
So, Council Vice President.
I said I don't need you to respond to me.
I don't want to call people out publicly because I haven't spoken to them about this, but I will definitely.
I don't need your response.
Of course not, because you refuse to meet with those people in that community. They say you're not even available anymore, Council Vice President.
Point of order, please do not call the Council Vice President out. Please direct your comments to the chair.
Well, she just called me out.
Okay.
She has the floor,
You just continue to do your job, Mr. Cullen.
Ma'am, she has the floor.
I'm through.
Council President?
Go right ahead, Councilman Harrison.
Just to let everybody know, regarding the Cook School, there was meetings at the police station on Greenwood Avenue. So I don't know why people are saying that there wasn't, but there was. Thank you.
Mr. Collin, could you move forward with the vote, please?
Yes, ma'am. I need a second to Council Vice President's motion.
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Blakely. I'll now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Colwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
No.
So ordered. Resolution 2696 passes. Resolution 20-697 is a resolution amending Resolution 19-633, rescinding the sale of certain property authorized thereby and authorizing the return of a deposit. Do I have an introduction?
So moved.
I have an introduction by Mr. Blakely. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Council Vice President Colwell-Wilson. I will now call roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Colwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harris.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 20-698. A resolution authorizing contract to Play Power LT Farmington, Inc., for amount not to exceed $220,490.54. The floor is open.
So moved.
I have a motion by Councilmember Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Councilmember Michelle. I'll call the roll. Councilmember Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Colwell-Wilson. Council Vice President, ma'am?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
No.
Councilmember Vaughn.
I have is this, wait a minute, which one is this? 698?
Yes, ma'am.
So, I can't speak during the vote or I can speak, right?
No, this is the vote, Rob, Councilwoman.
Well, I have no vote on this one. Fraudulent contract.
Council President McBride.
No.
So ordered. The vote passes 4-2. Next, we have
Council President, may I speak?
Yes, go right ahead.
Mr. Cruz, on 2698, I researched this contract, this organization, contract to Play Power, Lieutenant Farmington Inc. and Sourcewell. Can you tell me, from your perspective, what business or what this organization specializes in?
Councilwoman, reading from the resolution and not doing research, because we are only allowed to look at what's in front of us, what we asked for on the bid. They are providing a furniture. They are providing playground equipment, furniture, and supplies to bring citywide playgrounds up to code for the city of Trenton. So
Mr. Cruz, okay. I just want to go on the record, Council President, and I will, encourage anyone to look up Sourcewell. They are not a vendor that provides playground equipment, furniture, or anything of the sort. They are a sourcing company. They're in the business of consulting procurement. So this resolution is not describing, or is grossly inaccurate. If anyone goes on and look up this company, they're not doing what they're saying on this resolution. If we are looking for playground equipment or furniture for the city of Trenton, we don't need to go out to an organization to help us find a company or vendor that provides playground equipment or furniture supplies, because this resolution reads a contract with Sourcewell. Sourcewell does exactly what that word says, source well. They source and they go out and solicit contracts. The city of Trenton, we are a municipality. We are supposed to, when we're looking for a vendor or a service provider to provide us with materials like playground equipment, furniture, and supplies, we can go to the state procurement database to find that entity that can provide us those services. We can even go to our own in-house procurement specialist, Ms. Isabel Garcia. Why are we paying Sourcewell, a procurement company, to go out and procure playground equipment for us?
May I speak?
And they are not in the business. I'm on their website right now. They are not in the business of producing or manufacturing playground equipment.
Council President Maria Richardson, may I respond to that statement?
This contract has been misrepresented to council.
Excuse me, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yes.
Director Richardson, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Council President. The statements by Councilwoman Robin Vaughn are misleading. This is, if you allow me to speak, I will happily do that. They are grossly misleading. This actually, it's a national cooperative that has entered in an agreement with the state of New Jersey so that the municipalities can actually access to the prices that have been already procured by the state through a state contract. That's why we didn't have to go through a procurement process, because the state allows us to do that.
that it's in procurement laws. It's part of the procurement laws. It's called working with cooperatives or with national vendors that have already a contract with the state. If the state didn't procure it properly, that it's for DCA to handle, not by me. So I am not trying to mislead the council. As a matter of fact, that this is not the first time that we do businesses through that contract. As it is stated on top of the resolution, it is a contract that was procured by the state.
Council President, oh, sorry.
Well,
Thank you.
Council President, I just want to finish my comment. And you can, yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn, can we move on to the next?
Council President, I wanted to speak.
No, but I want to finish because I still had the floor. Maria, she asked that this, I just want to close.
Just for the record.
Pardon me?
Just for the record, the motion had already been voted on. And
Yeah, I understand that, but I asked, Council President did yield the floor to me, Mr. Collin. So I just wanted to inform that I will be sending this organization information to the council body, and you can make up your own mind what this is.
Thank you, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Council President, may I say something? Yeah. So I just Googled Power Play LT Farmington, and it says Play Power is the world's largest commercial playground and recreational equipment manufacturer. I just want to put that out there, but I just Googled it. Thank you.
Google Sourcewell. Sourcewell, that's what it says here. They're no longer Play Power Farmington. Sourcewell contract says they are a search suppliers and contracts. That's what they do.
Councilwoman Vaughn, please, you cannot interrupt. You don't like that when people interrupt you. Please don't interrupt. Let's just keep this meeting moving forward. Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson, are you finished with your statement?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Collin, may we move forward?
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 20-699, a resolution awarding a contract to Garden State Highway Products, Inc. for the purchase of 20 driver back signs, flashing speed limit signs, and required installation materials to be placed in various schools in the city through the County of Somerset Open-Ended Contract CC 0099-19, Cooperative Pricing Bid Number 2, SOCCP, in an amount not to exceed $86,693.20. The floor is open.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Harrison, a second by Mr. Blakely. Before we proceed, does anybody wish to be heard? I will call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 20-700, a resolution accepting bids and awarding a contract to Spectra Serve, Inc. for cleaning services of Trenton Sewer Utility Stormwater Collection System Detention Basin at 1502 Lamberton Road, Trenton, New Jersey, 08611, in an amount not to exceed $978,125 through bid 2020-67.
Question?
Go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, I'd like to have an explanation of what is it, the work that is going to be done there, and why so much money.
Councilman
Is Mr. McIntyre in the conversation?
Madam President, Mr. Lavenberg is on, so if we can just give him a few minutes, maybe a few seconds for him to.
Mr. McIntyre, because I believe this belongs to the sewer department.
But the sewer is a division of the water department, Councilman.
Mr. Lavenberg, are you with us, sir?
Yes, Mr. Conlon, I'm just waiting to be asked a question. If I'd be happy to answer that.
Council President, did you want Mr. Lavenberg to answer as Director of the Water Department?
Mr. Rodriguez wanted Mr. McIntyre. Councilman Rodriguez?
Well, if he's an expert in sewer, he could answer the question anyway. Whoever, right. I just want to know why so much money and what is it that is going to be done there.
Mr. McIntyre, are you here at the meeting, sir?
No, he said Mr. Lavenberg can answer it.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Lavenberg?
Okay, if I could answer that, I'd be happy to. Joe has briefed me on this tank. As many of you know, the sewer system for the city of Trenton is a combined sewer system, which means it takes domestic wastewater as well as stormwater that comes into the system. The plant is not built to handle that much flow at any one time. So we do have an excess 20 million gallon asphalt-lined sewer basin. This takes in all the debris that comes into the storm sewer, which can be, brush, sand, dirt, stones, things like that. And that gets into the basin and settles out prior to treatment through the treatment plant. This is a process that gets done every 7 to 8 years. That's an approximation, I guess, based on weather. And this is the vendor that was a successful bidder for this project.
So the water from Trenton is pumped all the way up to 1502 Lamberton Road, because that's way up in the marine terminal.
Yes, 1502 is the location of the sewer plant, and it's also the location of the...
That's the same line that was leaking a few years ago down Lamberton Street in South Trenton, that Mr. McIntyre supposedly was supposed to open some air vents or something in that line, but the contractor never ended the project, I believe, and Lamberton Street now is all screwed up because of that community there. The water that goes up comes down to the people's houses, to the basements from the sewer. I guess it's going up that way. I guess that's the way it is, because it cannot. That's outside of Trenton. That's way out by the marine terminal, Lamberton Road.
Yes, the basin is adjacent to the marine terminal, sir.
So there's no way that water comes back.
If you're referring to the oblong-shaped line that goes underneath, I believe that's Route 29. I believe that project's been completed some years ago. But again, this is the stormwater overflow basin, which is in need of being cleaned. And again, it's every 7 to 8 years it needs to be cleaned out.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the location, 1502 Lamberton Road. You know where that is? Have you seen that place? I've been there many times. I know where it is. 1502 Lamberton Road. That's we used to call it the marine terminal years ago. But there was a project done some years ago because the water was coming back to South Trenton. The sewer water, it was, and they started a project there, but it was never completed. And now that, I don't know if you have driven to Lamberton Street between Cass and and where it was blocked, because Lamberton Street doesn't go all the way now. If you see that road there, Lamberton Street, if you see that area there, probably going to cave in soon. I believe that there might be water underneath, and I believe that is from that project.
Councilman, this is not related to that. 1502 Lamberton Road is the location of the basin. It's also the location of the sewer plant. So all the flow, whether it's domestic wastewater or stormwater, flows to that that approximate address. Again, that's the mailing address and where it's located. And that's adjacent to the marine terminal, which is still there.
You're not telling me anything. That's not what I wanted to hear, but I guess we both know. Thank you.
You may continue, Mr. Collins.
Do I have a motion?
So move.
I have a motion by
Second.
Council President Caldwell-Wilson. I have a second by Mr. Harrison. I will now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Ms. Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
No.
So ordered. The resolution 20-700 passes. Next, we have resolution 20-701, a resolution awarding a contract to a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44A-20.4 et sec to Jacobs Engineering Group Inc. for professional services for the water distribution system quality monitoring and assistance in an amount not to exceed $78,353 through RFP 2020-48. The floor is open.
I have a question.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, to Mr. Lavenberg. I understand that before that RFP went out, that job was already started by Jacobs Engineering. Is that true?
I'm sorry. What is the question, Councilman?
That when was that work started? Was it started?
Okay, so we are under contract with Jacobs in regards to.
Yes, I understand. Resolution 247, I believe. 427.
Right. So.
Super pulsator cleaning.
Right. So yes, that in addition to the reservoir project as well. Over the spring, over the summer and fall, we've been experiencing low chlorine levels throughout the system. In different locations, we've got this information from our licensed water operator over at Cortlandt Street. So we have been, informally having conversations with Jacobs on that. They are in the forefront of this. In relationship to that, there's also been detection of Legionella in certain sections of the water system, and we are seeking their guidance to enhance the chlorination throughout the system in those low chlorine areas.
And who was doing that before this Jacobs came in? Isn't that something that could be done locally by our workers?
We don't have anybody.
Can you explain that? Can you explain what is it that they are doing?
Right, they will be assisting us in enhanced chlorination for the elimination of any particular or any possibility of having any Legionella. We want to be free and clear as a water utility to provide the safest water possible and eliminate the utility as being a potential source for Legionella.
And that the water testers don't take care of that. They don't take the sample of the water.
No, sir. Legionella is a much harder bacteria to actually cultivate, so we don't do that in normal practice. Only very few labs and very few engineering companies have any experience with that.
Yeah, because the other contract is for something for the super pulsator. Again, we had that word in resolutions over and over, super pulsator cleaning. So this Jacobs is a roto-rooter. They are experts in everything, right? They are.
I certainly wouldn't say that, Councilman. I don't believe there's any expert in everything when it comes to engineering firms. Jacobs, they were part of a different company called CH2M Hill, which actually did the design upgrade in 2010, which included the installation of super pulsators. Sometimes that word can be a little confusing, but it's a clarifier where we clean water. We coagulate solids and precipitate them out to make clean water. Additionally, they are one of the leading firms when it comes to building reservoirs and covering reservoirs. And then they also have several engineers, Russell Ford amongst them, that are actually published experts on Legionella.
Council President?
I have to, Councilman Rodriguez, are you finished?
I'm finished. I'll be voting no.
Councilwoman Vaughn?
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Lavenberg. I have a question regarding Jacobs Engineering as well. Two. Number one, so you went out to the fair and open process, but Jacobs Engineering, they're already in-house, correct?
Councilwoman, we have them contracted for the super pulsating cleaning process.
Mm-hmm.
We also have them as our design consultants for the reservoir project.
Mm-hmm.
And
so when you went out for RFP,
I'm sorry.
Okay, very good. So when you went out to RFP for this particular effort, who else? I mean, how many other companies replied?
I know Mont McDonald applied, and I believe two others. I would have to check on that, and I'd be happy to get you their proposals.
Okay. All right. But I just wanted to, so they're here, so Jacobs Engineering in this particular contract, they're going to be testing for Legionella, right? Now, question, Legionella, is that something that's common in water systems, or it's more common like in ships, right? Like cruise ships, you hear that a lot, like Legionnaire's disease and cruise ships, jacuzzis and things like that, right? Is this a bacteria that the DEP it's on the DEP radar for Trenton Waterworks?
Councilwoman, that is a very complicated question, and I can go on as long, so you just cut me off whenever you want to. So Legionella is found in all natural waters, okay, whether it's the ocean or the rivers or lakes or streams, and it's all throughout nature. One of the things with Legionella is it tends to be a background type of bacteria that lives amongst millions and millions of other types of bacteria that, is really just really harmless to anybody. However, during certain processes, okay, such as hot water heaters, jacuzzis, like you mentioned, CPAP machines, HVAC equipment, chillers, ice makers, things like that, it has a tendency to grow in what they call a biofilm. Okay, and in that biofilm, if you go to clean it, you can kill almost all the bacteria, but every once in a while you may miss one or two Legionella cells. That's when they tend to take root, and that's when they tend to proliferate if it's a shower or a CPAP machine or an HVAC unit. Then, and what happens in particular when it becomes aerosolized, very similar to COVID-19, that's when it has the opportunity to be actually breathed in to an individual. If the individual has a compromised immune system, this can be particularly devastating, and it begins to cultivate itself inside the human body. At which point the patient will have pneumonia-like symptoms, and the first course of action.
Yeah, okay, we understand what bacteria can potentially do. So Legionnaire disease again, and Legionella, the bacteria that causes Legionnaire disease again. I mean, so as long as I've been living in Trenton and getting reports from DEP and boil alerts, I just never heard. Only time I heard of Legionnaire disease and Legionella is being tested, like I said, on cruise ships, like in jacuzzis and things like that. But my question is there a requirement by DEP for us to test for Legionella bacteria?
Excellent question, Councilwoman, and I do appreciate the question. Currently, it is not a regulated bacteria. However, there is proposed legislation in the Assembly, I believe, that would require a testing for that to be adopted by the DEP, and most likely will be adopted. However, and when we have situations where we experience low chlorine levels, that gives the bacteria an opportunity to proliferate. What we need to do is come up with a strategy.
I understand. But again, like I said, I don't know whether this is a necessary thing right now for the city of Trenton, because again, DEP is not on their radar. You said it's being raised on the state legislature, but then again, I don't know who's raising it. Who knows? It could be a special interest group, a lobby group. I don't know who's raising that. But all I know is just I just care about Trenton. So I don't think any of our state legislatures are raising that resolution. So $78,000 is a lot of money to get this company just to come willy-nilly test for some bacteria that's not relevant to our regulator and not really prevalent in our water system. So I understand. I mean, that's the case. You can go out here and start contracting with every scientific engineering company in the United States and be testing for every bacteria that's in the freaking Delaware River. But my question to you again about Legionnaire's disease, if it's not on the DEP radar and it's not a requirement, it's not a measure or metric that the DEP requires for Trenton, then I don't understand why we're contracting with this. But that's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Council President, could I just please make one brief comment to straighten the record out?
Go right ahead.
Yes, Councilwoman Vaughn, just to let you know, it is very much on the radar of the Department of Environmental Protection. They have been in contact with us as well as the State Health Department as well. At the very highest levels, they're very...
Okay, can you send me that? Can you send me that? I don't believe that, because you just said in your early statement that it's not. You just being prudent. So now it is. Now you're gonna have to prove it, or can you get that document for me that it's part of our ACO? Because this is my first time hearing it, and I believe this is the first time folks on council is hearing it.
It's not part of the ACO, Councilwoman. It is not part of the ACO. We have been contacted by the highest levels of the Department of Health and the DEP to see what we can do to address this issue.
Again, all I know about Legionnaire disease is that it's very prevalent on cruise ships and closed environments. But this is the first time hearing about the bacteria Legionella that's in our water system in Trenton Waterworks. But okay, go ahead and waste more money of our taxpayer dollars on something that we don't need to be embarking on. But thank you, Mr. Lavenberg, Legionnaire.
Truly noted.
Please.
We have a motion.
So move.
Second. Blakely, I have a second by Mr. Harrison. I'll call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Councilmember Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
No.
Resolution passes 4-3, so ordered. Next, we have Resolution 20-702. A resolution authorizing a contract awarded to 72-Hour LLC DBA National Fleet Auto Group for the purchase of one Ford F-150 in an amount not to exceed $41,664.16.
So another more vehicles.
Council President, can I ask a question?
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Mr. Lavenberg.
Yes, Councilwoman.
All right, a Ford F-150 truck. This is not their heavy-duty line. It has no towing power. So I thought we were only buying 250s and 350s, and now we got this this old rinky-dink 150. So who is this truck is for?
Yes, Councilwoman, this vehicle is necessary for the Division of Construction and Maintenance, Water Superintendent, who holds the NJDEP W4 license, to be able to respond, identify, and report emergency situations in the distribution system to the NJDEP and other authorities.
Who is this truck for? Excuse me, who is this truck for?
The Edmund Johnson, our W4 license operator.
So this is a F-150. So why are we buying this truck and not an F-250 or 350? And we could leverage it at some juncture. But right now, if we buy this 150, we only can use it for driving around, and we can't. Why not just get a 250, and at least we can use it for other things like towing, and it has the horsepower to do it. Right now, this thing can't do anything.
This is the vehicle that Mr. Johnson requested, and for cost-saving purposes, it's a lot cheaper than an F-250, and it does get into the stuff.
Though, well, your other service areas across Trenton Waterworks can use it then, right? So when Mr. Johnson is on vacation, you can use the F-250 truck to tow and haul. You can't haul with this 150. I'm just saying, a couple more $1,000, you can have a 250. And you can use it to leverage and across the waterworks.
Noted.
So I don't understand this. I mean, is that not logical?
Councilwoman, this is the vehicle that was requested and has been in our budget, I believe, since last year.
But I thought we were only going to do 250s and above.
I'm not aware of that statement. I don't think I've made that statement.
Well, F-150 does not have towing and hauling power, so I don't understand. So it's just for someone to go back and forth and ride around the city. All right. My answer is going to be no.
Council President? President?
Yes, Mr. Harrison.
Just to let everybody know, the Ford F-150 is the most popular truck actually in the world, and that Ford F-150 does do towing. So, yes, it does. I know because I'm looking at one right now.
I own a 250.
Sorry, wrong again.
No, you're wrong. Everybody knows the 150 does not have hauling power.
President McBride?
Councilwoman Vaughn, please stop interrupting the other councilman.
Oh, did I do that? Oh, apologies.
President.
Don't worry about it.
President McBride?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman Blakely.
I just wanted to say for the record that the towing capacity for a 2021 401 F-150 is 5,000 to 11,300 pounds. That's just for the record. That is can easily be viewed by Googling it. And so there is a substantial towing capacity for the 4 F-150.
What's for the 250?
Excuse me.
I'm just asking.
No, please. Mr. Collins,
let me Google the 250.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
I have a motion by Councilmember Blakely. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
I have a second by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. I'll now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
No.
Councilmember Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
yes.
Resolution passes 5-2. And that does it for the resolutions with the exception of the executive session resolution and the accompanying resolution post-executive session. On the agenda next, we have the introduction and first reading of an ordinance. This is ordinance 20-55, a bond ordinance providing for phase 3 of the lead service line replacement program in the Trenton Waterworks service area by and in the city of Trenton in the county of Mercer, state of New Jersey, appropriating $15 million therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $15 million bonds or notes to finance the cost thereof. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
So moved.
Council President, I have a question. Could I speak on this?
Mr. Collins, do you have motions?
I have a motion by Mr. Harrison. I don't have a second, but it is at your leave to let Ms. Vaughn speak.
Hello?
Go right ahead, Councilwoman.
Yeah, Mr. Lavenberg, if he's available. The bond ordinance providing, I guess, the application that everyone voted on is to support this one. So 15 million bond for the lead service line replacement, phase 3. So are we done with phase 1 and 2?
Councilwoman, we are actively in phase 1A, B, and C. We're coming to the end of phases 1A, B, and C. We are currently advertising for phase 2 and expect to be receiving bonds very shortly. Hope to have them received and approved by council in January and have shovels in the ground on phase 2 in February.
So how many lead lines have you replaced, to date in phase A, 1A, B, and C?
To date, we are at 2,396 in phases A, B, and C, and additional work that's been done by the city itself on emergency repairs.
So what's the percentage of the whole? So 2,300 is a percent of, what's the percent complete?
That would be about 5%, and our first goal is to meet the 7% deadline this spring.
So you're going to do in phase 3, so phase 1, A, B, C, you're only going to have a 7% completion of the whole inventory of lead pipes that have to be replaced. So phase 3, you're going to push everything. What are you going to do? Big bang in phase 3, and you're going to complete all the remaining 93%?
Oh, no. We're anticipating at least 6 phases. Okay. This is just an opportunity that we've gone over before, which we had the opportunity to get a $40 million loan from NJIB because we are the city of Trenton and the issues that we have with our lead service lines. And then if we were to have this approved, this $15 million, that would put us at the $40 million loan mark, in which we would be eligible for a 50% loan forgiveness. So we'd be borrowing 40 and then having 20 million of that return. Phase 3 in particular is the tail end of that, so we can maximize this opportunity. And that phase 3 will cover approximately 2,600 additional services, and that should have us at the 21% mark at the end of phase 3, which would be completed in 2022. This work for phase 3 will not begin until the end of 2021, but it's necessary in order to get the loan from the NJIB to have the application put in at this time. So for the $15 million, you can anticipate $7.5 million in principal forgiveness.
It doesn't say NJIB loans in the description. It doesn't say that. Mr. Lavenberg, it doesn't say NJIB financing in the description. Did I miss something?
The description is ordinance to provide phase 3 of lead service line replacement program in the Trenton Waterworks area. I can assure you this is an NJIB bank loan. We may have
all right, so I'm not voting for it anyway. I'm just, asking some questions. You have plenty of bonds that have been approved by this council, along with revenue that has been generated from the water increases. So I don't understand why we constantly issue bonds for the same things that we've already issued funding for, the lead line, the lead service line replacement. I would like to see some real progress in phase 1A, B, and C before we start financing phase 2 and phase 3. So, that's my take on this. And your report that came in today from the clerk that listed the number of lead lines replaced to date hasn't moved in a while. It's at the same number that you've been reporting for the past 2 months. So, and also, I'm very disappointed to hear that no Trentonians have been hired on the South Gate and the Spinelli contract. Men and women in the city of Trenton are still waiting to be hired on those projects. Council President, I have no other questions.
Mr. Collin, can you continue, please?
I have an introduction by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. And Mr. Lavenberg or Mr. Cruz, I'm assuming you're calling for a public hearing on this on December 10th?
Yes.
Thank you. So this is for the public hearing for December 10th. I have a first by an introduction by Mr. Harrison, a second by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson, and I'll call the roll. Councilmember Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
No.
Councilmember Vaughn.
No.
Councilmember President McBride.
No.
The resolution passes introduction 4-3. The public hearing will be set for December 10th. That is it for... Anybody wish to be recognized for public portion? Caitlin Fair wishes to be recognized, ma'am.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon or evening, Council. Thank you for recognizing me, Council President. I just wanted to comment in regards to the conversation about COVID testing in Henry J. Austin. So I was actually tested for COVID by Henry J. Austin because someone that I live with was exposed and tested positive to COVID. And in getting tested, while I was able to get a same-day appointment with Henry J. Austin, it took me over 7 days to get the results. And in fact, I was scheduled for an appointment to receive the results, which was canceled by the physician that I was scheduled with without notifying me that the appointment was canceled. And I was only able to get my results after calling upwards of 8 times to Henry J. Austin and demanding that someone stay on the line with me after my 8th call until they were able to connect me with someone from the clinic who would be able to tell me what my actual test results were, because they had received them already several days earlier, but because my appointment was canceled, no one would give them to me. And during this time, I was having to be held out of work, where I work as a supervisor for a group therapy program for teens and adolescents in the city of Trenton, where we serve pervasive and persistently mentally disordered individuals. And so I was unable to be on site providing essential services to individuals while I was awaiting these test results from Henry J. Austin. So while I respect and I appreciate the efforts that Henry J. Austin is attempting to provide for the city of Trenton, I don't think that their capacity is enough to provide the testing that's necessary, and their turnaround time simply isn't good enough for individuals to need to be providing essential services for people in this community, individuals who live in this community. And so I really am grateful to the city for, orchestrating this contract to provide fast turnaround test results for individuals in the city that would be free of cost for individuals with no insurance. We've been in COVID for over 9 months now. And through this whole pandemic, I have had no one in my immediate circle who was exposed or tested positive. And just in the last 2 weeks, I have had 3 individuals in my immediate circle, 2 of which were tested positive and 1 of which was directly exposed. And it has been extremely difficult to get testing. I have had to travel to Rockport, New York and Queens in an attempt to get tested, rapid testing as well as fast turnaround PCR testing to ensure that I would be able to get tested appropriately. And I don't think that that's okay. That we should have to travel another state away upwards of 2 hours to get testing. So again, I appreciate council for, for those of you who voted through the testing that the city is trying to do, the fast turnaround testing for individuals, particularly those who have no insurance. I think it's really important to have this access. And I know that for a period of time at the beginning of COVID, council was extremely adamant about having access to testing. And so I'm a little bit confused by those of you who voted against this, who were previously very adamant about having access to testing for residents in the city of Trenton. So I just wanted to make that statement. I also wanted to thank council for passing the Better Community Housing Redevelopment Plan. In my direct experience with both Better Community Housing and other agencies in the East Trenton community and individuals in the East Trenton community, as I live adjacent to that community and know many people personally who live there, and also work directly with an agency there. In my experience, there is an extremely overwhelming support of the Better Community Housing Plan to redevelop the properties on Tyrell. Tyrell is currently in pretty much disrepair as far as the houses over there are concerned. And the residents who live there and do own homes are extremely, supportive of the homes over there being redeveloped and rehabbed. And Better Community Housing has a long history of selling properties that they rehab to low and moderate income individuals for home ownership. So I am really excited about this. I think that is an extremely positive thing for the East Trenton community. And I just want to again thank council for moving that forward. So that's all I have to say this evening. And I hope everyone stays safe and healthy and well.
Thank you.
Mr. Dan Fatton is seeking recognition, ma'am.
Go right ahead, Mr. Fatton.
Thank you, council. And I'm here just to encourage folks to take a look at the draft element of the master plan. That's the health and wellness plan element. This has been under development for more than 5 years. We already had one public hearing several years ago, and it has undergone significant revisions. It's going to be up for a hearing on December 12th, and comments are being accepted until December 10th. It's posted, I believe, on the city's website underneath the Division of Planning section on the website. And I do want to flag that this plan is not directly addressing COVID-19. It's not a COVID-19 response plan, but it's about preparing the city for to make sure that the city is a healthy and vibrant place to live for the future. There are several new sections in comparison to what was floated in previous iterations. There's a new section on seniors. There's a new section on adverse childhood experiences, and there's significant expansions to the sections on maternal and infant health, HIV/AIDS, employee wellness, and substance use disorders. So I'd encourage both members of council and members of the public to take a look at the draft that's been prepared by the city's professional staff and that the planning board will be hearing on December 12th. Again, comments are welcome. We encourage public participation, and you can make comments until December 10th in writing. And then on a personal level, I just wanted to note that it's really disappointing to tune into council meetings and witness what we continue to experience on these council meetings. It's just not professional. It's just, as a resident, as a person, not as your planning board chair, I just want to say it's really just not good enough. Can we please grow up and act a little more professional? Thank you very much for your time.
Does anybody else wish to be recognized for public portion? Anyone? Council President, would you like to, anybody have a motion? Would you like to close public portion?
Yeah, could you just give him a few more minutes in case someone is trying to tap in?
Yes, ma'am. Scott Goldsmith has raised his hand, ma'am. Good call. Would you like to recognize Mr. Goldsmith?
Yes.
Mr. Goldsmith, please state your name and address for the record.
Evening, Council. Scott Goldsmith, 1312 Genesee Street in the South Ward. The last gentleman who spoke who commented at the end completely said my thoughts. I've been a resident for the last 19 years, coming from the town of Princeton, growing up. 2 here with myself and my wife, and now have 2 young children, unfortunately, who do not attend the Trenton Public Schools because of the shape they are in. They attend Princeton Public Schools in doing so. For 111 days, I battled with the city to get the basketball hoop reinstalled back in Franklin Park. I did have the help of Councilman Michelle. He was a big help in starting the process of getting results started. He's always been a big help of helping the park being clean. Past that, the mayor's office, that's where it kind of stopped. Director Richardson finally gave me a call back after months of calling her office with no return. We finally got a return call to her, questioning which park it was, and it was Franklin Park. Again, the hoop was finally installed after numerous battles with it, of so-called, unable to do so for whatever reasons. Finally gets installed, which is what is needed for our city's youth, is not only able to get outside. Part of it was due to COVID. Part of it was not, and that was part of the reason of why it took so long. Again, our city's youth, with what's going on in the city, all the tragedies, is athletics is important. I've been a high school coach for over 20 years. I know some of our youth programs are out there and available, but there needs to be more youth parks available. The resolution that was passed before, it's a no-brainer. They are a park provider, and the adjustments are needed to the parks for that. It's another no-brainer as far as the homicide task force, to have people come into our city who are educated, as well as our own police, and assisting us in helping hopefully solve murders. Whether the case is 0, the national rate is actually at 60% of over hundreds of murders, and it takes time, but to have extra help is needed. If it's on our own task force, we don't have the money for it. With that said, I think our council can do a better job, certain individuals, of what they are there elected for. A majority of you guys do a great job, and I thank you for it. But professionalism is not one of your high points, and I hope that it changes, and I hope that we get things done, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Conlon?
Anybody else wish to be heard for a public portion? Anybody else? This is your time to be heard. If you'd like to be heard, please announce yourself, and I will seek recognition for you from the chair. Council President, would you like to close public portion?
Yes, so moved.
I have a motion by Council President McBride to close public portion. Do I have a second? I have a second. I have a second by Mr. Blakely.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. All in favor?
Yes, I would like
Someone's trying to speak.
Comment.
Someone's been trying to
Council
speak.
President, we have somebody else who's a late arrival. Would you like to?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Donnie Johnson. I am a resident in Hiltonia at 1502 Stuyvesant Avenue. And I just wanted to thank the City of Trenton public workers, city workers, for removing the leaves. We get quite a few leaves up here in our neighborhood in the fall of the year. And it took quite a while, but the leaves were removed, and I'm very grateful for that. And I just also want to note the City of Trenton workers for removing the leaves, and also thank the City Council for our plan of having Stuyvesant repaved in the spring. I'm looking very forward to that. I have torn my car up a little bit, quite a bit actually, and so I just wanted to say thank you in advance for the repair of the sidewalks and the street repaving in the spring. Thank you, and have a happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to be recognized? Please do not wait until the vote to be recognized. Now is the time. How can I Anybody else wish to be recognized for public portion?
I didn't mean to wait to the vote, but I was trying to get my phone off of muted. And
You're
so
fine.
that's what happened.
You're perfectly fine. You're more than welcome. Anybody else? Is there anybody having difficulty unmuting themselves? Council President, would you like to proceed with the vote on the motion?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
please.
Motion by Council President McBride. I have a second by Mr. Blakely. All in favor of closing public portion?
Aye.
Any opposed? So ordered. Public portion is closed. We will now move to civic comment.
I have a few things I'd like to talk about. Number one, I'd like to wish all of Trenton a very happy Thanksgiving season. This year has been extraordinarily challenging with a pandemic that has hit Trenton rather harshly. You know, many people in our city, over 80, I believe, will not have members of their family at their table. And so I just want to send my sincere condolences to the people who are going to be missing family members at their tables for this holiday season. And I want to say my prayers, and I'm very, very hopeful that a vaccine comes out to allow our country and our world to combat this dreaded disease. And so that's one thing. I'd also like to talk a little bit about Mayor David Dinkins, who transitioned to a higher plane of existence yesterday. David Dinkins is a Trenton giant. In his autobiography, A Mayor's Life, the first chapter was Trenton makes, the world takes. And I think that is evidence of the high esteem he held this little city on the Delaware. He was one who is really a son of Trenton. He's a proud Trenton High tornado, and he really highlighted how important public service was. I was inspired. I share an alma mater, Howard University, with Mayor Dinkins. And I, as a young African-American elected official, was inspired by his trailblazing career in public service. And I am hopeful that this city could do something to memorialize his legacy. I don't know what that would look like, but I would support any community initiative and contribute in any way that I can to support a memorial for his work. And he's one of Trenton's most well-known sons, and I think it would be appropriate to either name a park, a school, or maybe even Spring Street, that, you know, center of that once prominent center of Trenton's Black middle class. To have David Dinkins' name for that street, I think would be incredible. And I think it's unfortunate that we were not able to give him his flowers while he was able to smell them. But I think it's better late than never. And I hope that we're able to do something to honor and memorialize his contributions to our country as a member of the military, and as a veteran, and as a public servant in elected office. And my final point is that I really want to talk about the level of civility on this council. I think that any observer can see that there is a lack of civility on this council. And I think I've been a part of that at times. I think we all have been a part of that lack of civility at times. I'm not pointing any fingers, because I know there were times where I know I could have acted better, or I could have said better, or I could have been better. But as we consider that we're at the center epicenter of time. We have 2 years to go as a municipal body. And the problems that exist in this city are only growing larger, not just because of the pandemic, but because of a host of social and economic ills that ail this city. I really want all of us to take this holiday season, all members of this council, to really, and also not just this council, the entire municipal government, to really think about ways that we can work together rather than work against each other. These issues in Trenton are grave, they're massive. There are a lot of problems in this small city. However, paraphrasing words of Bill Clinton, I believe that what is wrong with Trenton can be fixed with what is right with Trenton. And I hope that we think about ways that we can work on initiatives and projects. You know, I don't want to rehash this meeting, but I really hope my colleagues consider the optics of voting against bulletproof vests for our police officers. But we had a colleague vote against signs, flashing signals for safety signals around schools. We had colleagues vote against COVID testing. And I don't want to pick on them, but I just don't understand how we could vote against COVID testing in a city that is in desperate need of it, that has been hit disproportionately by the COVID crisis, and do that at a time where people who don't have access to healthcare are yearning for COVID testing. And so I don't want to point any fingers. I really hope that we can work together and really allow the next 2 years to go better than the previous 2 years. And you know, I just want to finally wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving. I will see all of you in December. Thank you so much.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson.
Yes. First of all, I want to thank everybody for attending the meeting tonight. And I want to thank the administration for keeping you here for such a long time. But I want to say something about our small businesses, and I had a conversation with the council president about this today. We have small businesses that are really, really struggling, but they're opened. And we really need to encourage people to patronize them because they are struggling, but they are holding it together. So I want to thank them. I want to thank all the small businesses that have survived throughout this whole scenario of COVID, and we have to do everything we can to help them. I want to thank the firemen, the police, the first responders, and the health departments, because this is a huge undertaking for all of them to be out there trying to get a hold on this COVID. So I want to thank all of you for that. As far as council is concerned, you know, this council, we're the fiscal stewards of this city. We're in charge of the budget and the spending. And the reason you get a lot of questions about spending is just because of that, because this city is pretty much broke. So, you know, when my colleagues are criticized about asking a lot of questions about spending, how they vote is entirely up to them. I'm not going to criticize them one way or the other. But I just want the public to understand that we have gained so much mistrust in spending because of the water company and the goings on there and other issues. So I think that in due time, it's taken a while, but this council will act responsibly, and they're trying their very best. So I just ask the public to bear with us, and we will try and work the best we can to move this city forward in these dire times. So thank you all, and that's all I have to say.
Councilman Harrison?
First, I would like to thank New Hope Church of God on Saturdays. 7:30 until probably around 9 a.m. They're always giving out food to the community. They're unbelievable, the amount of service they're giving to the community. Calgary Missionary Baptist Church on Saturday gave out a bunch of turkeys, a bunch of food. Thank you so much, what you're doing for the people of the city. Project Move in Unity Square Park on Saturday. What a wonderful event. So many people from around the city came out there and came together, and we're giving people food. It's a blessing to see all those smiling faces of the people coming out there to help the community. Also, I like to say about tomorrow, the COVID-19 testing, it's going to be in Unity Square Park, 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. Like I said, it was said between 1,000 and maybe 1,500 people being tested. So please, if you're in the area, if you can, come out there and get tested. And I'd like to say happy Thanksgiving to all my colleagues. And let's just, like you said, keep working together and giving a brighter city for everybody. Thank you very much.
Councilman Michelle?
Nothing at this time. Thank you. Have a nice holiday for everyone.
Councilman Rodriguez?
Yeah, just have a very nice holiday. And as Councilman Harrison said, take advantage of that free testing tomorrow at Unity Park on Chestnut and Hamilton. That's it.
Councilwoman Vaughn?
Yes, I just want to quickly say that, yes, of course, our council, we can all do better. The council can do better. The mayor can do better. Even the residents can do better. And I say that because, you know, you look at our voter turnout and our level of participation from our residents. We need you to participate. I think we had like only 50% of the electorate came out for the presidential election. We had 44,000 registered voters. I think only 18 to 19,000 voted. So those are the concerns that we should have as a community in aggregate. So yes, you can point the finger at the council, and I'm good to be criticized, and I'm hoping that I listen to the criticism, I try to improve on them, but also you should hold everybody accountable and use the same measuring stick for all, including the mayor and for yourselves. So if you look at our voter turnout rate for the city of Trenton, it's a little dismal. So we should work to improve that. One thing that I will say, I will base my comments on a quote by Thomas Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson wrote that a well-informed electorate is a prerequisite to democracy. So we have a lot of inequities in our city. We have a lot of inequality in our city. And a lot of the issues that we see, the shootings, the murders, the policing, criminal justice reform, Black Lives Matter, they all have root causes because of a lack of information, disenfranchisement. But we all need to educate ourselves, be better informed on what's happening in our community and why it happens. We can't fix any of this if we don't understand the root causes. We have multi-million-dollar contracts and projects underway in the city. We all want to say Trenton is poor. Trenton's not poor. Truth be told, we do a poor job managing all the funding that comes into Trenton. Millions and millions of dollars come into the city of Trenton, slated for special programs, special projects, grant funds. And we don't see the outcomes. We don't see it on the ground. Talk about testing. One of my colleagues pointed out, that's right, I didn't vote for it. but I was one of the only ones fighting on the onset because the county executive and our mayor and some of our state legislatures settled for the fact that they took COVID testing outside our municipality and took it up to Lawrenceville at Quaker Bridge Mall. Silence. No one said anything. I was the only one who spoke up. And I still fight for testing in our borders. But I don't agree with giving willy-nilly contracts to small entities that we have no understanding of their capabilities. No one ever even heard of them before. We should be more prudent in how we assign contracts and who we give them to, and whether they're worthy. And we should hold them accountable. So it's about accountability. It's about being well informed. And a lot of us aren't informed. You want to look at certain things, you want to point fingers, but I'm here to tell you a lot of information and a lot of things in this city, in our city government, that has not been transparent for years. But I hope that between Mayor Gussior and this council, over the next 2 years, we can make our government more transparent and we'll get more folks participating in it. So one thing that I want to just quickly address or state, I'm very disappointed in the prosecutor's office. They service the city. They should at least come and address the city. We got city workers who are still waiting for a contract. Our mayor of government, our administration still have not settled that contract. Here we are in a downtrending economy. We have a pandemic. Families can't put food on the table, but yet a lot of our city workers are still working below market rates. And our mayor refuses to finalize a settlement and a contract with our union. Then we have salaries in the police department that are way above market. So we all have to work together and want to take something for the team every now and then. It's just unconscionable that you have a union, a PBA, the police department making hundreds of thousands of dollars, and you have city workers, their colleagues in the city, making below the poverty rate, below minimum wage. It's unconscionable. So we as a community got to fight for those things. So it's very disappointing when a lot of comments come to council about how council should act, but nothing about these topics that are so critical for the progress of Trenton. It's critical for your residents to be gainfully employed. It's critical for the city to pay competitive wages to those residents. Then you have the hiring of citizens. Our mayor touted that he opened an office for returning citizens, but yet he has not hired one of them. So when are we going to hire these young men and women that have had an experience with incarceration and have settled their debt with society and have come back into society? We should want to hire them. We should want to help. I was told by many that we had a whole contingent of these young men and women working for free, helping to clean up the city out in East Trenton, cleaning up illegal dumping and etc. Why not hire them into the Public Works Department, where those jobs and tasks are part of what Public Works does? So we can't talk out of both sides of our mouths. We have to do what we say we want to do. So I would like to see the mayor to actually be successful and have some real outcomes for the Office of Citizen Return, and it's not just a political, it's not just to score political points. but to hire these young men and women so they could have a future. And for COVID-19, yes, we're way behind. And our political leaders haven't done what we needed to do. That's why the curve has not been flattened in the city of Trenton. We have come, as they say, Johnny, to come lately. We're behind the curve. We should have been ahead of it. There's no reason why we should not have been ahead of it, because we had gotten our CARES funding and help from our state and federal government way back early on. And what did we do with that money? Where are the outcomes? Where's the testing? First thing we did was gave first responders some tests, and we didn't hear from the mayor since regarding until now. So what happened between that 6 months period? So there's a lot of good questions that should be asked when folks come to council. I mean, I know I'm quite the personality, but my personality is not that attractive and great. These are our bigger issues, my fellow citizens.
30 seconds.
Come to council and ask about the ASME contract. Come to council and ask about our police department. Come to council and ask about the prosecutor's investigation and prosecutorial rate. Come to council and ask about how that Office of Citizen Returns is doing. You know, so there's a lot of things that you don't hear. You know, so let's continue to do the work, and most importantly, just be safe, and happy holidays to all. Again, a well-informed electorate is what it takes. So let's all continue to educate ourselves and stay informed. Thank you.
Well, good evening, everyone, and I thank each and every one of you for coming on this evening, and your opinion matters. And I would like to just touch bases on a couple statements that were made this evening, and one of them was about the COVID testing. And what I would like to say to the public is this: I didn't vote against COVID testing. I voted against the fact that this administration feels the need to spend $200,000 when we have the Trenton Health Center that already gets public funding for not just Trenton residents, but federal funds to cover the test. And one person came on and said, you know, they don't turn around in enough time. These are issues that can be discussed with the Board of Trustees over at the Henry J. Austin Health Center to make sure that that turnaround time is better. But when I look at $200,000 and just think about what we could have done with that money, I think about what we could have done with all of the money that we're paying attorneys to fight in court, because whenever we make a decision and the mayor doesn't agree with it, he hauls us into court. And so we're paying thousands of dollars in legal fees to defend ourselves. We're spending $200,000 that we should be spending in other areas for testing that could be received at the Henry J. Austin Health Center. It makes no sense to me. So I'm voting my conscience, and I'm saying to everyone, I don't think that we should spend $200,000 to get tested when the Henry J. Austin Health Center falls under the 340B plan, and everybody in this county is eligible to go there and be tested. Make them do the job that they told the federal government that they were going to do. Because when I walk down Stuyvesant Avenue and I see Mr. McCrae's community center having to feed half of West Trenton, and I see the West Trenton Community Center collapsing. But he's holding his ground, feeding the public. He's feeding seniors, he's feeding homeless people, and he's feeding people that have lost their jobs under the COVID. And his building is collapsing. He's been in the community for almost 40 years. This, as far as I could see it, the city could take that $200,000 and help rebuild that Westward Community Center on Stuyvesant Avenue. This man is in the community. He's servicing our residents. He's feeding them on a daily basis. He's not a fly-by-night. He's been there for over 40 years. So when we talk about spending that kind of money, we need to be talking about long-term solutions. And that Henry J. Austin Health Center, they applied for these federal funds, and they should be made to use them on the Trenton population, and they also can be used on the county population. And I'm going to tell each and every one of you, when I place a vote, I've thought about it, I've read the paperwork, and I vote my conscience. I vote so that I can sleep at night. The other day, we did a food drive, and there was so many homeless people and so many seniors that had to come out. There was one senior that actually came out to lift the 30-pound box that she barely could stand up. I'm concerned about the long-term condition of the people in the city. I'm concerned about the long-term condition of our businesses. So when we start talking about, oh, this council is not, this council is this, I can't speak for everybody on this council. I can only speak for myself. When I vote with my conscience so I can sleep at night. Because I don't believe that politics is hell. I believe people are hell. And so I have to vote with my conscience. But I would just like to say, because we're going into this holiday season, I am pleading with Mayor Gussiora to adhere to the judge's decision. Stop spending the taxpayers' money. We're already past $175,000 and pushing forward. Stop it, Mayor. Stop it now so we can address the fact that we had 3 days of shootings on Stuyvesant Avenue. We have people afraid now to even leave their homes on Stuyvesant and Hoffman. We're not the only city that have this type of violence, but I'm concerned about my city, the city that I was born and raised in. We need to address this violence in our city. We need to address the long-term effects that COVID-19 is going to have on us. Our children are not in school. We don't know what the social status of our children is now, and we don't know what it's going to be in the very near future. We need to spend that money on things that matter. And with that being said, I would like to take a deep breath and thank the entire union, Local 206, from the fire department that took their time on Monday to come out to Samaritan Baptist Church and unload an 18-wheeler tractor and trailer to feed the homeless. I thank the union. If it hadn't been for them, we would not have been able to unload that truck. I thank the police department because the community police officers were there to protect, and their presence was needed. And I want to give a big shout out to Senator Shirley Turner, who has taken the proposal that the Mothers Against Violence proposed and sent it over to the legislative services so we could turn it into a bill. And that bill would be amending the Witness Protection Act of 1982 to include the language witnesses for gang violent crimes. That language would be incorporated into the Witness Protection Act, and it will become a bill. I thank you, Senator Turner, for taking the proposal and sending it to the legislative services. I know that it will make a difference because it will protect the witnesses for gang-related crimes. And again, I would like to thank all of you for coming to the meeting. I would like to thank all of the directors, but we will be back after the executive session because we will have to make a public vote. We will have to do a public vote, so we will be back after the executive session. Thank you all. Enjoy your families. Family is everything. And Trenton is a very, very small family, and I love each and every one of you. Thank you.
Council President, did you want me to post that item that you wanted to show?
Oh, yes, you can. You can, because we've been so much going on. We've been on the news in the newspapers every day, and Mr. Conlon brought his paperwork in, where he passed the bar. We're putting it up on the screen so everybody that has a visual can see it. And I would just like to say that when we advertised for this position, we did not ask for a law license, nor did we ask for a law degree. We asked for an RMC. And so with that being said, if you have a visual, you can look on the screen and you could see Mr. Conlon's letter from where he actually passed the New Jersey State Bar. Thank you. Mr. Conlon, if you would please read into the record the executive session.
Sure. Let me take this down. Next, we have Resolution 20-674, authorizing the City Council of the City of Trenton to hold an executive session which excludes the public. Be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Trenton, this body will convene an executive session in the City Council conference room, City Hall, that will be limited to consideration of an item or items with respect to which the public may be excluded pursuant to Section 7B of the Open Public Meetings Act, NJSA 10:4-12, the general nature of the subject or subjects to be discussed, attorney-client privilege, litigation, Brittany Kelly versus the City of Trenton. Stated as precisely as possible, the following is the time when the circumstances under which the discussion conducted at said meeting can be disclosed to the public, November 24, 2021, or where the need for confidentiality no longer exists, whichever is later. The public is excluded from said meeting, and further notice is dispensed with, all in accordance with Sections 8 and 4 of the Open Public Meetings. Do I have a motion to introduce?
So moved.
I have a motion by Council President McBride. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. I'll call the roll. Mr. Blakely. Mr. Blakely?
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaughn.
Yes.
President McBride.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are adjourned to executive session at 9:23 p.m. This council will convene again after the executive session, so I encourage you to stand by if you wish to see the vote on the upcoming resolution. Thank you very much.
Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you send that executive session number over to me?
I did, ma'am. I did earlier today. Yes, ma'am.
Let me look for it. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Alrighty, let me look for it. Still on, Robin. Everybody, someone here, Mr. Holland?
I'm just going to give it one more second because I think we're still waiting on a couple of our council members. Would you like me to call the roll again, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am. We are calling the roll to resume back to regular session. Mr. Blakely. Ms. Blakely, have you joined us again, sir?
Yes, I have.
Mrs. Caldwell-Wilson.
Present.
Mr. Harrison. Mr. Harrison? Mr. Harrison, have you returned, sir? Mr. Muschel.
Present.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Present.
Ms. Vaughn.
I'm sorry, present.
And before I go to Council President McBride, Mr. Harrison, have you joined us again, sir? Council President McBride.
Yes, I'm here.
Council President, we have a quorum. Mr. Harrison is absent. Do you want to wait for a minute, or would you like to proceed to the resolution?
For a minute, because before he had a little trouble getting back on.
Yes, ma'am.
You should send your accomplishment, Mr. Collin, to the Trentonian.
I have no desire to do that.
I think some folks owe you an apology.
Indeed.
No, they don't. And we just move forward.
Let me just say for the record, I asked a question. I was threatened to be sued, and it was a legitimate question. So I don't know what it is. And so I'll just say that. I asked a question. I never said once that he never passed the bar. I never said that. I asked a question.
I don't think this discussion is appropriate to be continued in here. Honestly, just, I'd rather not.
Well, people are saying that I owe somebody an apology, and I just asked a question, which is
I did not say that. And once again, I would really appreciate it. The matter is over. I consider it over as far as that portion of it goes. So there's no apology necessary. But once again,
it'll be over once.
My personal matters, my personal life, not be discussed in council meetings.
Oh, no. You brought it up when you shared this post. So when you shared this, it became open for public discourse. So
It did not, sir.
No, it did. You brought it up. If it did not have to be discussed, we would have talked about it. You threatened to sue me.
No, I brought it up.
Madam President, please, let's start the meeting.
Yeah, can we, what are we doing? Mr. Harrison, have you joined us again, sir?
Yeah, I couldn't get back in. It kept knocking me out.
That's why I waited for you. I waited 4 minutes because I picked you were having a little difficulty. Mr. Conlon?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Harrison, board, I would like to move on with the meeting, please.
Yes, ma'am. We have Resolution 20-675, a resolution authorizing the acceptance of a civil suit settlement in the matter of Brittany Kelly versus the City of Trenton in the amount of $50,000. The floor is open.
Second.
I have a motion by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. I have a second by Mr. Rodriguez.
You may continue with the vote.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So
And
ordered.
Mr. Conlon,
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to move to adjourn this meeting.
I have a motion to adjourn by
Second.
Councilman McBride. I have a second by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. All in favor?
Aye.
So ordered. We are adjourned at 9:50 p.m. Everybody be well. Have a happy Thanksgiving. Please be safe and please use your mask.
You too.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Thank you.